Chapter 179. Yunzi sat quietly until late at night and called someone in. It was a female cultivator. Her appearance was ordinary, and her figure was not graceful. But she was a cultivator after all, so she always had an air of elegance. She received a small favor from Yunzi 10 years ago, so she didn't want to come now. But she was a timid person. Because she was timid, she didn't want to come, and also because she was timid, she came. She knocked on the door, pushed the door open, and stood in the hall. She heard Yunzi, who was sitting in the dark, said, "About 100 miles away from the city of Wei, there's a southern mountain in the wilderness forest by Dongting Lake. There's a mountain god temple on the southern mountain, and there is a Taoist nun in the secular world named Shi. Go and invite the nun here. Take care of her belongings, and bring all the important ones back." The female cultivator waited quietly for a moment. Seeing that Yunzi didn't have any other orders, she bowed and turned to go out. Yunzi was still sitting quietly in the dark. 2 hours passed like this. The sky was getting brighter, and so was the room. The incense in the incense burner burned all night, and now it was burned out. The door was pushed open. The female cultivator Qing Fuzi said to another person outside the door, "I don't want to hurt you. Don't struggle needlessly. The Taoist just wants to ask you a few questions." Yunzi slightly frowned, reached out his hand, and grabbed the person outside the door and threw her to the ground. Qing Fuzi hurried in to see what was going on. But Yunzi had already asked directly, "What did you find?" The female cultivator was stunned and closed the door. She walked to Yunzi, took out a few things from her arms, and showed them to him. An elixir spell, but it's unorthodox and full of mistakes. An iron sword, a steel sword, and a peachwood sword. They are all ordinary items. A jade pendant. Even if it's made of bad material, it's still an ordinary item. A talisman. It looks like it was made by the Shangxing Dandy sect, and its power is not bad. But she can't use it now. There's also a bag of sweet potatoes and a wooden plate. Yunzi sighed and interrupted her. "Didn't you bring her here for anything else? Does she have a passage technique?" The Taoist magic mentioned by the cultivators was naturally not the crude tricks of the unruly Taoist priests. Qing Fuzi thought for a moment and answered seriously, "He raised his sword to stab me, but I knocked it away. I subdued her and searched her room first. At that time, she put something in her mouth and swallowed it." Yunzi frowned slightly. "What is it?" "I couldn't see it clearly." Yunzi sighed again, as if he really wanted to say something to this Qing Fuzi, but there was really nothing to say. He could only wave his hand helplessly. "All right, you've worked hard." Then he looked at Shi, who was lying on the ground. The female Taoist was thrown to the ground quite heavily. After all, he was just a mortal who practiced some superficial Taoist techniques, unlike Lu Lao Dao, who was a genius in Taoism. Therefore, she couldn't recover from the fall for a long time. When Yunzi looked at her, she propped up her upper body, but she didn't know which part of her leg was injured, so she couldn't stand up. The female Taoist didn't seem to be willing to struggle to stand up. That would make her look very awkward. Courage was secondary, so she simply crossed her legs slowly and sat down as if she was meditating. Seeing her do all this, Yunzi had a premonition that the following questions would probably not be very pleasant. If she struggled to stand up, this kind of brave person was easy to deal with. If she curled up on the ground and shivered, this kind of coward was even easier to deal with. However, it was really difficult to deal with this woman. He asked first, "Do you know who I am?" Shi looked at him seriously and smiled slightly. "You hide in the dark and don't see anyone. How can I know who you are?" Yunzi also smiled. You won't recognize me even if you see me. Let me tell you, I'm the president of the Law Institute of the Langya Cave of Daotong, the enlightened, immortal Yunzi. Now I want to ask you some questions. If you tell me the truth, I will give you the opportunity to enter my Langya Cave of Heaven. From then on, you will focus on practicing the Divine Heart technique and get hundreds of years of life. If you have good luck, you may be immortal and live as long as heaven and earth. If Sendo wants to ask, just ask. Shi took advantage of his pause to interrupt him. "I don't care much about cultivation." The green beetle on the side listened to her words and seemed to want to persuade her. But he held back. The morning sun rose, and the room was filled with morning light. Yunzi's face gradually became clear. The Taoist in the true state stared at Shirkuizi for a while and said calmly, "Cave of Heaven and School of Thought may sound very distant to you secular people. It's too profound and mysterious, but it makes you feel distant and estranged. It's not even as tempting as a bowl of rice placed in front of a starving person. You live in Nanshan and go up and down the mountain every day. If you practice the divine art, climbing the mountain is like walking on flat ground. It won't be more tiring than taking a leisurely stroll. You are a secular person. You will grow old and die. If you eat less, you will be hungry, and if you drink less, you will be thirsty. If you're exposed to the cold, you will be sick. Your eyes and ears will be blurred, your mouth will be dry, and your whole body will be sore. You won't know when you will recover or die from the illness. If you practice my divine heart technique, all these will be far away from you. I won't talk to you about longevity or divine art. I only want to tell you that if you join my Taoism, your life will be comparable to that of a noble, and you will have fewer troubles and worries of the secular people." Shirkuizi sighed softly. "I am not afraid of troubles and worries. If Sendo wants to ask, just ask. If I can answer, I will answer. If I can't, I won't answer even if I die." Yunzi was silent for a while and said, "Okay, then let me ask you first, that Lu Gongzan, what kind of technique is he practicing?" "Divine heart technique." Shirkuizi answered. "My Daodong has 54 divine heart techniques, and there are 54 Kenzo techniques." Yunzi said, "From what I can see, the Dao technique that Lu Gongzan is practicing doesn't belong to any of the 108 divine heart techniques. Then you're saying that he is practicing the Dao technique of green elixir, the Dao technique of green elixir that has been passed down?" "I don't know." Shirkuizi closed her eyes. Yunzi sighed. "If you enter my heavenly cave and go through the tribulation of love and desire, you will know how laughable your current thoughts are. An infatuated son and resentful daughter, risking life and death for love. That person might not be the person you think. If you die today, that Lu Gongzan will cultivate for 100 years in the future, and he will be in love with another woman. Will you die a worthy death?" Shirkuizi widened her eyes and looked at Yunzi. "I know, but what does it have to do with you?" Qing Fuzi looked at Shirkuizi, then at Yunzi. The Truth Realm Taoist smiled and closed his eyes. After a moment of silence, he sighed and asked, "What did she swallow?" "Yes," Qing Fuzi answered. "Cut it open." "Huh?" Qing Fuzi was taken aback and looked at Yunzi again. "Daodong wants to vanquish demons." This woman had a crucial clue. If he refused to confess, he would be helping the villain and colluding with the demons. It doesn't count as indiscriminate killing. Cut it open and take it out. He closed his eyes and said no more. Qing Fuzi's expression changed. He first looked at Yunzi, then at Shirkuizi. But it seemed that this matter was only related to her. Yunzi calmly closed his eyes to rest. Shirkuizi also closed her eyes and sat on the ground. She seemed to be the most flustered. After all, not every cultivator had killed before. In other words, there weren't many cultivators who had killed before. Qing Fuzi hesitated for a while, then plucked up his courage and said, "Taoist priest, I think we should try to persuade her again." "Huh?" Yunzi opened his eyes a little and glanced at her. "It's useless. This woman was a person with a firm will. I've seen many people like her. Don't waste your breath." Qing Fuzi opened his mouth. Then, "Taoist priest magic power is very strong. This kind of small matter. Do you need me to deal with such a small matter?" Yunzi glared at her sternly. "What's the use of you?" Qing Fuzi could only sigh sadly and walk to Shirkuizi's side. The female Taoist priest to the mountain god temple didn't look at her. She was still sitting with her eyes closed and reciting Ziwei, the great scripture of eternal tranquility, in a low voice. The female cultivator glanced at her and sighed. "Alas, alas." Then she turned her head away and reached out to touch Shirkuizi's arm. Shirkuizi still didn't move. Her lips were tightly pursed. The female cultivator stopped when she touched her wrist. Then she used her little finger to make a vertical stroke on her wrist. Her fingernail immediately scratched Imo Tinga's blood vessels. But before blood gushed out, the female cultivator had already stuck a talisman on Shirkwizi's wrist. Then, she hurriedly took 2 steps back, as if she was extremely afraid. Yunzi frowned. "What are you doing?" Qing Fuzi looked at Yunzi with a sad and aggrieved expression. "Taoist priest, I'm afraid of blood." Yunzi was stunned. Then, he looked at Shirkwizi. He found that the female Taoist priest who was calm and collected before was no longer reciting the scripture. She widened her eyes and tried to tear the talisman on her wrist with one hand. However, the talisman couldn't be torn off, let alone torn off. The words on the yellow paper were originally very faint in cinnabar, but now they were getting redder and redder. The redness was so dazzling, and the strokes were so full that it looked like blood was about to drip out. Only then did Yunzi reevaluate the green beetle. She was indeed afraid of blood. Therefore, she had to use the talisman to suck Shirkwizi's blood first. During this process, the woman was still conscious and alive. She could only watch her own life slowly pass away. The Taoist priest in the true state laughed loudly. "Ha ha ha! You're also a wonderful person." Qing Fuzi looked at Yunzi blankly. Then, she looked at Shirkwizi. The female Taoist priest tried to tear the talisman 4 or 5 times, and after 2 breaths, she collapsed. Her face was like a dried corpse. Her eyes were not closed, and her mouth was slightly open. Obviously, she had suffered a great deal before she died. At this moment, Qing Fuzi was relieved. He walked briskly to Shirkwizi's body and used his fingernails to cut open her Taoist robe, underwear, skin, muscles, and stomach. Then, he reached into her stomach and took out a roll of white silk that had lost its original color. At this moment, she didn't frown, nor did she feel uncomfortable. She didn't care about the filth on the silk. She stretched it out and looked at it carefully before showing it to Yunzi. The Taoist priest in the true state frowned in disgust. "Read it for me." Qing Fuzi took 2 steps back and slowly read it to him. It was the incantation of the water cloud force, but many parts of it were blurred and turned into a lump. Qing Fuzi could only recognize 30 to 40% of it. But it was enough for Yunzi, who was an expert in Taoism. He closed his eyes and thought for a while. Then he said in a low voice, "It's not the 108 methods, but it seems to be the divine heart technique. The divine heart technique has something in common. So, it's the Taoism of painting. That Lu Gongzan cultivated the Taoism of painting. He is a Taoist of painting." Qing Fuzi looked at him in confusion. But Yunzi didn't need her to understand. He just said it out of habit. This would make his thinking clearer. So what they're doing outside the city, in the fields, the Taoist priest in the true state, suddenly understood. He squinted his eyes, and his eyes flashed with danger and excitement. What a big plot. That Long Sun, that Taoist, are using the land around the city of Wei as a scroll to draw a painting array. Qing Fuzi blinked. She didn't really understand. Because she was a low-level cultivator, she didn't have the chance to see the Taoist of painting. Everything about the Taoist of painting school, and painting saint was taboo. Even Yunzi didn't know much about it. But he was a Taoist priest in the true state, the president of the Law Academy of the Paradise Scripture, and he had contact with the Taoist of painting in Daotong. After contact, he understood he could infer many things from one instance, and thus knew, we in Daotong write talismans. Everything in the world has a real name. We write their real names to mobilize the power of heaven and earth. Yunzi said in a low and slow voice. But the painting school takes a different path. They draw the spirits of all things in the world. Although the inheritance in Taoism can't be compared with the Daotong Kenzo, Taoism is also mysterious. Alas, it can be considered as the great Tao. These things are hard to say. It's just that our talismans are like skeletons, and the paintings of the painting school are like flesh and blood, using the land around the city of Wei as a scroll. What a big move. Yunzi thought for a while. This can explain why hatred and Lao Dao had to dig such a long canal when they were building it. It wasn't digging, it was painting. When we write talismans, we need to pour in spiritual power, and so does the painting of the painting school. Such a long canal, in fact, is just a drawing. Yun Zi sighed again. What a big move. Haha. So this was his real purpose, absorbing the power of faith, preaching, and gaining the belief of the followers were all just a cover-up. Even I was almost fooled. In fact, Yazzie doesn't want the power of wish. He painstakingly created a divine dragon sect and deliberately showed me a lot of flaws, all in order to make me relax my vigilance, making me think that he only wants the power of wish, making me think that he built bridges and roads, and benefiting the people was just to get people's worship. Ha! But the real goal is to use the canals, roads, and bridges that have been built as markings to draw a grand formation. Painting school, painting saint, Qing Fuzi didn't know much about these things. Or rather, he didn't understand them at all. The painting saint and the painting school had been destroyed for 2,000 years. Even the accurate records of the events of 2,000 years ago would be distorted beyond recognition, not to mention the things that Daotong and Kinzo had the intention to wipe out. Chapter 180. Although he didn't understand these things, he understood Taoist techniques. Qing Fuzi couldn't help but frown. Taoist priest, there's one thing. When we write true talismans, every stroke is imbued with spiritual power. This spiritual power is our own spiritual power. Then, those strokes are combined to form a true name, and then a small formation is formed. The spiritual power flows in the formation, growing and multiplying, and then it absorbs the spiritual power of heaven and earth from the surroundings. This is a suitable talisman. But he draws here and there. I don't know the Taoist techniques of painting. But since Taoist priests said that it has something in common with heaven's will, then it shouldn't be too different from the art of talismans. Then, if the imprints and drawings aren't connected, the spiritual power can't form a formation. Then how can the drawings work? Yunzi squinted his eyes, looking into the distance, as if he was looking at hatred. So this is the brilliance of that dragon son. Alas, there is such a character among the demons, and we only know that he is cruel and unreasonable. If he is not a demon, if that Qing Liangji also has such wisdom, alas. He sighed repeatedly. This demon, I have to kill him. This kind of hatred can't live in this world, and can't live next to my bed. Qing Fuzi quietly listened to him lamenting. After he finished lamenting, he said, so this is a plan to kill 3 birds with 1 stone. The power of hope. The talismans we write are imbued with spiritual power, so they're suitable. In simpler terms, for a talisman to work, there are 2 basic conditions. First, every stroke needs spiritual power. The spiritual power in the strokes has 2 functions: to guide the flow of spiritual power after the formation is formed, and to ensure that each stroke is not a casual stroke of the secular people, but a Taoist technique. Secondly, this talisman also needs to have sufficient spiritual energy to immerse the entire talisman in spiritual energy. You guys don't know this. Do you know why? Because cultivators below the emptiness realm can't control the big formation. They only need to write on the talisman. Daodong talismans are custom-made to take care of you guys. But if you just write on a regular talisman, the second condition is easily met. The world is full of spiritual power. In fact, the talisman you write is already immersed in spiritual power, so you don't need to think about this problem. But after reaching the transcendent state, cultivators can do another thing: make a big formation. Just like what Hatred did, he used the land around the city of Wei as a paper to make a big formation. This is a cultivator's great skill. When he and Taoist Danxing went to dig the canal, they were actually pouring their spiritual energy into the canal. That satisfied the first point. Spiritual power is imbued in every stroke. You can pay attention to this point later. Whether they repair the bridge or pave the road, Yazi and that Taoist priest Danxing will definitely do it themselves. Every road and bridge is planned and designed by them. As for the others, they don't need to do the work themselves. That's undoubtedly a smokescreen. True and false, false and real. This is Dragon Sun's usual method. This hatred's scheming and cautiousness are really rare in the world. Then the second point, this talisman or painting scroll is going to be soaked in spiritual energy. Qing Fuzi seemed to be fascinated. In fact, compared to the intrigue, what she was really interested in was this. This was the profoundness of the Tao. The second point, that's exactly what I wanted to say. Yunzi sighed in admiration. If I want to make a big array, the best choice is this city of Wei. There were 300,000 people in the city of Wei, and the yang energy was abundant, which could be transformed into spiritual energy with a little effort. Once the city of Wei was used as the scroll, the talisman was soaked in the spiritual power transformed from the yang qi of 300,000 people in the city of Wei. But this hatred, he's really an ambitious person. He will only use the city of Wei with its soaring yang energy as the finishing touch, as the eye of the array, then the bigger scroll than the city of Wei, including the cultivated land around the city of Wei. Where will the spiritual energy come from? Yunzi stood up while saying, from the power of faith and wish of those farmers and farmers. At this moment, the power of faith may not be enough. But don't forget that making clouds and summoning rain is the special skill of the dragons. At that time, when the dragon son ascends the altar of the dragon god cult and summons the rain with a loud shout, those farmers who are anxious about the bean seeds, especially in this year's harvest situation where people are going to starve to death, how strong will their faith and power of will be? The big array will be completed. Speaking of this, Yunzi finally couldn't hold back the excitement in his heart and suddenly raised his arms. Suddenly, the spiritual qi in the room was turbulent and the wind was strong. All the doors and windows were opened and the sunlight from outside the room instantly filled the whole room. And this Yunzi figured everything out and laughed heartily. Good, good, good. What an unparalleled demon, Lord Tongton. You deserve to be my Yunzi's opponent. You have the guts of a dragon and tiger, and I have the heart of a zither and sword. I'll let you die a glorious death on that day. Ha 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 ha. Qing Fuzi looked at Yunzi in a daze. He still didn't quite understand what he was talking about. At the same time, Yunzi was not the only one who laughed. There was also Wang Sheng, the one who opened a calligraphy and pen shop in front of the abandoned palace square on the street of the old city. His legal wife was the daughter of a concubine from the fourth branch of the Yu mansion. According to Li Yunxin, she didn't look good. But originally, he couldn't climb up to a high branch. When the Wang family was on good terms with the master of the fourth branch, the family was still in decline. But when it came to his father's generation, the family was not only in decline, but collapsed. But the master of the fourth branch was planning to recommend a son of the family to be filial to the Wei River mansion. So he fulfilled his wish. The master of the Yu mansion was a man of his word, and he didn't despise the poor son of an old friend. This was a good reputation. Then Wang Sheng didn't get what he wanted, and even asked the young lady of the Yu mansion to sell her dowry to keep up appearances. Until one night, he met a strange man in the calligraphy and pen shop in front of the abandoned palace square. The strange man gave him the prescription of the black medicine. He was lucky enough to succeed. After a few days of preparation, he actually succeeded. But this kind of thing, even if it was done, was useless in daily life. But soon it was said that the Yu mansion was going to help the dragon cult build bridges, pave roads, and cut stones in the mountains. Wang Sheng knew that his black medicine was powerful, and he remembered that the strange man said before he left that night, "In a few days, there will be a chance for you to show your talent." He didn't care who the strange man was or what he wanted to do with him. He shamelessly ran to the fourth branch's mansion, and after a lot of shouting, he finally saw the steward and told him about his situation. Empty talk was naturally no proof. Fortunately, the steward watched his wife grow up, and although he didn't like him, he still loved his young lady. So he frowned and followed him to experience. Then he ran back to the Yu mansion and told them that the master had gone. How powerful was the black medicine, the black gunpowder prescription that Li Yunxin gave him? Actually, it wasn't. There weren't even any skilled stonemasons who used traditional methods to mine the stones. However, in this matter of the Yu family cooperating with the Divine Dragon cult, everyone wanted to put in some effort to win Yu family's favor. Moreover, it was also a good thing to have a good relationship with a rising cult. It was said that the person behind the dragon cult was the master of the Shangqing Danding sect in the city of Wei. The master of the fourth branch was worried that he didn't have a way to please his elder brother, and now his son-in-law, whom he had long forgotten, sent a good chance. This was a great joy. He called him to the mansion, talked to him, and asked for the prescription. Wang Sheng learned to be obedient at this time, and refused to hand over the prescription even if he died. His father-in-law had no choice but to ask him to go with him to see the clan leader, Master Yu. This was Wang Sheng's great joy. It was on such a morning that Wang Sheng planned to go out. He first went to the fourth branch to see his father-in-law, Mount Tai, and then to see the most powerful person in the Yu family. The day before yesterday, he met his father-in-law and received some money. When he came back, he cut 3 caddies of meat and stewed it in the pot. Wang Sheng, his wife, and the servant girl were so full that their stomachs were round, and they kept saying that they would never eat meat again. But when they woke up this morning with empty stomachs, they had long forgotten the taste of last night. They heated up the meat soup and meat dregs and cooked a pot of white rice, mixed it with the lard from the meat, and wolfed it down. Wang Sheng ate until his head was steaming. He untied his clothes and walked to the eaves in front of the door. Looking at the rising sun, he thought about the possible riches and honor, and his chest was filled with heroic spirit. With heroic spirit, he was in the mood to write poetry. But after holding it in for a long time, he still couldn't say a word. He simply laughed out loud, feeling very carefree. His life had finally turned from the worst to the best. His wife sat on the porch and looked at him with a rare smile. She didn't frown like before, scolding him for not doing proper work and not finding a good job to make money. The servant girl was cleaning up the bowls and chopsticks in the hall. Seeing that the two of them weren't quarreling, she pursed her lips and smiled. She planned to clean up the table, help her master put on his clothes and hat, and send him out to the Yu mansion. The small courtyard wasn't big. With the thin bamboo, there were 2 patches of weeds and 2 hens about to lay eggs in the courtyard. And 3 people. The next moment, Wang Sheng's laughter suddenly stopped. It was as if he was choking. Then he suddenly turned his head. His wife looked at him in confusion, asking him what was wrong. The servant girl also stopped what she was doing. Seeing Wang Sheng's suddenly wooden expression, she wondered if he had forgotten to prepare something. Under the gazes of the 2 women, Wang Sheng didn't say anything. He walked straight to the side of the thin bamboo in the courtyard. He stretched out his hand and chopped off a branch as thick as a thumb. His arm bent again, and the branch pierced into his neck. His expression was solemn and calm. Staring at his wife, he turned his wrist again and shook it hard, so that the branch pierced deeper and destroyed his windpipe, blood vessels, and daotong. Then he let go and fell to the ground with a thud. Blood hissed out from his neck. His wife and the servant girl were stunned where they stood. They stared at him for a long time, then looked at each other. The young lady of the Yu family fainted without a sound, and the servant girl screamed desperately. A gust of chilly wind swirled in the courtyard and went straight out the door. When this insignificant interlude occurred, Yu Yunzi had already summoned some people and issued some orders. Then he stood in the courtyard and couldn't help but laugh 3 times, because it was really carefree. He actually met such an enemy, and a demon at that. There were a few smart people in Daotong, but he would never treat them as enemies. At most, they were just opponents. Maybe in the future, when there were enough interests involved, that kind of situation might happen, but not now. As for demons, great demons above the true state were the key points. They were related to Daotong's plans for the world, so he couldn't touch them easily. Great demons were all idiots, at least in his opinion. He, Yinzi, was a genius, but had nowhere to show his strength. He was not as useful as those civil and military officials in the secular world. But now, he met this hatred. It was like meeting a worthy opponent, and he could try his best, without any scruples, and show the greatest amount of malice, all with the aim of killing the other party. How carefree was this? But it was only carefree. He didn't have any inexplicable feeling of mutual respect. Enemies were enemies. In his opinion, there was nothing to respect. If they were worthy of respect, then why not be friends? Because of interests or because of necessity? For a true state cultivator, it was very rare for them to be forced to do something. Because he was the most powerful cultivator among over 1 billion people in the known world, one of less than 1,000 people. He preferred to completely crush and knock down his opponent after carefree. How similar. This was the method that Long Sun used on Qing Liangzi. And he also deeply loved this Tao. What a lovely enemy. Yunzi looked at the direction of Long Sun in the city of Wei, shook his head with a smile, and turned to walk back to the house. At this moment, a gust of wind whirled and rolled up a few fallen leaves on the flagstone ground in the courtyard to the feet of Qing Fuzi, who was standing beside Yunzi. The female cultivator suddenly shivered. It was very rare for a cultivator to shiver. This was because they were no longer bothered by worldly ailments. The moment Yunzi turned around, he noticed this and asked one more question. What's wrong? Qing Fuzi turned around and looked at him calmly. When will you kill Long Sun? The tone was calm and very familiar. This was the tone that Yunzi often used. It was the tone that high-ranking and powerful people usually used. After hearing this, the cultivator in the true state took a step back, and a layer of faint light appeared on his body. He looked up and down at Qing Fuzi and said in a low voice, "Who are you?" "You have a close relationship with Qing Liangzi. So, I'm the same person as him." Qing Fuzi said calmly, "My name is Lin Liangzi." This sounded like a very strange Taoist name. But because it was strange, Yunzi was a little relieved. Because Qing Liangzi had mentioned to him 2 other people in the Freemasonry. One was called Hai Liangzi, and the other was called Li Liangzi. Both were very strange Taoist names. After Lin Liangzi revealed his identity, he immediately returned to the topic. He looked straight at Yunzi and repeated in an unquestionable tone, "He must die. The sooner, the better." Chapter 181. Yunzi didn't get angry because of his tone and suggestion, because he knew that if this Lin Lizhu was really Lin Lizhu, then the power behind him was very mysterious. Smart people didn't need friends, but they didn't need enemies either. However, he was a Taoist in the true state. Except for the 2 sages, no one in the world could talk to him so arrogantly. Therefore, Yunzi smiled. "Are you ordering me or begging me?" Different from Qing Lizhu, who was often emotionally unstable, Lin Lizhu was calm and composed, like a Daodong or Kinzo cultivator who had gone through all kinds of tribulations. He made Qing Fuzi's body emit a calm and low female voice. "Neither. I'm just giving you a positive suggestion, because it's more troublesome for me to do it myself, and I don't have a long-term plan like you in the city of Wei. Since it's a suggestion, don't be in a hurry." Yunzi raised his eyebrows, and a little excitement rose in his heart again. It was a feeling that he hadn't experienced for a long time, 100 years. Dragon Sun is a wonderful person, and I want to play with him. Qing Lizhu of your sect died in his hands, and he was also one of my few friends. Since your sect wants revenge, then don't be in a hurry. When he's at his most arrogant, smash him into dust. That's the most thorough revenge. Lin Lizhu shook his head without hesitation. I want to kill him not to avenge Qing Lizhu, but because he knows something he shouldn't know and is trying to do something he shouldn't do, which is extremely dangerous. I still earnestly advise your lordship to kill him at once, preferably tonight. My sect will thank you for your kindness in the future, and you will be rewarded handsomely." Yunzi frowned slightly, and after thinking for a while, he said, "Tell me first, what did he do that he shouldn't have done?" Lin Lizhu stared at him with a pair of calm eyes. The owner of this pair of eyes, whom Yunzi thought was slow and stupid a quarter of an hour ago, and said, "If you know the answer to this question, then you will also appear on my kill list." Yunzi sneered, "What a big tone. Just the truth." Perfected Yunzi. "This is not a threat. Then I'll give you a suggestion. Don't even think about killing him." Yunzi narrowed his eyes and looked at the unfamiliar Qing Fuzi. He's my plaything. He will die the way I want him to die. You dare to make me lose the pleasure that I haven't had in 100 years. Previously, I liked Qing Liang. That person was interesting, and then I looked at the sect behind him. Do you think the Langya Paradise's first seed of law needs a generous reward from you? Frogs in the well don't know themselves. With that, he flicked his sleeves and entered the room. Qing Fuzi, whose body had been taken over by Lin Lizhu, stood in the courtyard in a daze for a while before saying patiently, "Perhaps he isn't the person you think he is. Maybe he had more secrets. If you insist on delaying his death, then I hope you will be more fully prepared. Do not fail." What answered him was a sneer. Qing Fuzi sighed and then fell softly to the ground. A gust of chilly wind swirled around him, and he went out the door. "If I'm not mistaken, things will go smoothly," Li Yuanxin said to Lu Laodao. As he spoke, he furrowed his brows. Now that he had fallen back to the beginner level of the transcendent state, the sudden change made him very uncomfortable. The discomfort was not only psychological, but also physical. The body was like a container, and the spiritual energy was like the water in the container. As the spiritual energy increased bit by bit, the container was gradually filled up. As it got bigger, all kinds of possible cracks were repaired. However, if the water in the container was suddenly emptied, the container would not feel good. It might even be like a fragile glass container that was suddenly sucked out of the air, and the container would be crushed in an instant. Brother Xin, you're right. It's going well. This morning, the people from a Yu family said that they're in a hurry to build our headquarters on Taoshi Road, and that they're going to build bridges and roads outside the city. There are no restrictions on the location and scale. We can do whatever we want. Lu Laodao looked at him worriedly. Brother Xin, with your current condition, do you still want to go by yourself? If I don't go by myself, how can I infuse the spiritual energy? Li Yuanxin stood up. His lips were pale. He smiled as he walked out of the door. This is not the time to kill those swordsmen in the wild forest. I'll draw a painting for you to do the finishing touches. It's a shoddily made thing, and it has a high tolerance for mistakes. But now we have to deal with Yunzi, the enlightened master. It's scary. After a few steps, he felt that something was wrong, so he turned around and went back into the house. To get out of the city, he still had to use the name of building bridges and roads. The long robe looked beautiful, but it was not suitable. It was better to wear a short. Old Taoist, Lu took the clothes he had changed out of, redid his hair bun for him, and helped him change into new clothes. Therefore, we can't make any mistakes in each stroke. If a single stroke went awry, the array would be finished. Yu Yunzi thinks that he has seen through me and is determined to defeat me. What do you think he is thinking? Ha! Li Yuanxin put on his clothes and stretched his body. He winked at Lu Laodao. I told him how I killed Qing Liangzi, and he really remembered it. What a narrow-minded guy. He hates me so much that he wants to play with me like a mouse. He walked out of the door. He's the same as that Qing Liangzi. Lu Laodao followed behind him and listened to him, but there was still some worry in his eyes, because this time seemed to be different. In the past, when he schemed against Prefectural Magistrate Li and Lu Ling, Lu Laodao felt that he had no chance of winning. When he was desperate, he didn't care much. A little hope could brighten his heart. Now that he knew Brother Xion's means, he was told the inside story in detail. He felt that his plan was exquisite, his scheming was deep, and it was extremely terrifying. But because of this, he also knew that Yunzi and Li Yuanxin were exchanging blows. He felt that the two were so intelligent that they were almost monsters. If it wasn't for the roundworms in their stomachs, it was really hard to say who would win. Maybe today, when they were complacent, Yunzi already knew everything. This feeling made Lu Laodao feel perturbed. But he saw joy from the heart on Li Yuanxin's face. It was as if everything in this world was boring. Only when he fought with such a dangerous opponent on a steel wire between cliffs with a sharp knife could he feel that life was lively and bright again. Although Lu Laodao didn't want to think like this, he gradually knew a fact. That was, Brother Xian didn't seem to be a normal person. This kind of mentality made him feel unhappy. But he knew that Li Yunxin was a guy who could read people's minds by looking at their faces, so he didn't want to worry him at this time. When he walked out of the door, he found something new to talk about so that he could distract himself. This morning, Mr. Li came to say that the young master of the Yu family, Yu Ming, wanted to see you and couldn't be stopped. But when he was walking here, something happened to the fourth branch of the Yu family. Now he has to come on behalf of Master Yu, so he really can't come. Thinking about it, I haven't seen him for a long time, and I didn't thank him for saving my life that time. Lu Laodao said as he walked in the warm morning sun. After walking for a while, he felt that his body gradually became hot. What a coincidence, but he was interrupted by Li Yunxin. What happened to the fourth branch? Pausing for a moment, he added, "Is that Wang Mingde dead?" Lu Laodao was very surprised that Brother Xian was interested in this kind of thing, but he could always change the topic. After thinking for a while, he said, "I'm not sure about the name, but there's someone surnamed Wang. He married a concubine's daughter from the fourth branch. He hasn't been happy. I didn't tell him anything. I just saw him from afar. That time, I went to the fourth branch to do a painting, and I saw him from afar. A steward tried to seduce him, but he didn't even let him drink water. Sigh, this is also unsatisfactory. This time, he said he made some medicine, and I heard that it could be used to build a road in the mountain. He said he would see him this morning, but he committed suicide in the morning." Lu Laodao frowned. If you ask me, maybe he finally felt that he had a chance to make a name for himself. But the old man of the fourth branch wanted to take his prescription. After many years of depression, he was narrow-minded, so he made up his mind to commit suicide and caused a big trouble. Sigh, I pity that wife of his. Lu Laodao talked endlessly, not noticing Li Yunxin's eyes. Li Yunxin's face calmed down, and his eyes became clear. Sure enough, the thunder that he left casually was triggered. The dark thunder had nothing to do with Yu Yunzi, Ling Kongzi, Qi Wen, Yazi, and Daunting Lord. It had nothing to do with what he was about to do in the city of Wei. It was just because he felt that the quantum leap was weird, and the organization behind him was weird, and this world was even weirder according to the limited history he knew. So he randomly found a good-for-nothing person and threw him a thunder. Now it exploded. Did this mean that he accidentally had that absurd idea? It was true. Lu Laodao turned and saw his face and was stunned. He stopped talking. Brother Xian, what's wrong? Nothing. Li Yunxin squinted his eyes and looked around subconsciously. Everyone in the Yu mansion knew that he and Lu Laodao didn't like to be disturbed, so all the maids and servants were dismissed. Now the two were walking on the busy street, going to the city gate to meet the people who were building the bridge today. There was nothing special on the street. Only, you would occasionally hear passers-by mentioning the divine dragon cult. The sun was shining, and the blue sky was dotted with a few clouds. Li Yunxin let out a sigh, and also to cover up his thoughts, and said, Yunzi's people went to Nanshan earlier. Lu Laodao was stunned, and, after a moment of silence, he said, Li Yunxin didn't say anything else, and just walked side by side with him on the street. After a while, Lu Laodao said, Will she be suspicious? After all, the dragon cult started trouble in Nanshan. Now we're going to the city of Wei, leaving her there alone. Master Lu thought for a moment. Then Yu Yunzi will think that we are cold-hearted and don't care about her life and death, but she will find the water cloud force. We shouldn't have left the person with the water cloud force on Nanshan Hill unprepared. This flaw is a bit obvious. Li Yunxin shook his head slightly. This is your thought, but not his. You and sure Queasy think the cloud force is a treasure, but Yunzi must have many scripts that are more profound than that. He has seen a lot. He won't think it's something great. He wasn't a wild Taoist like you were. Wild Taoists struggled to find the true scriptures, so you can understand their feelings. He used to be a high-ranking official, and he was brought back to the mountain by the Grand Master of the Cave Heaven who went down the mountain. His starting point is different, so he can't understand your feelings. Lu Laodao said and didn't ask more. He just walked gloomily. When they were about to reach the city gate and saw two rich businessmen coming to greet them from afar, Li Yunxin turned his head and sighed, You really? I am not the kind of person who doesn't like to leave my name after doing good deeds. I like people praising me the most. If you can't be grateful to me, then say thank me. What's there to be embarrassed about? Lu Lao Dao was stunned, and then he felt a warm feeling in his heart. He didn't know whether he should smile with Li Yunxin, or keep a straight face, or shed tears of gratitude. Finally, he walked in front of Li Yunxin seriously, bowed deeply, and said solemnly, "Thank you, Brother Exen." Li Yunxin didn't help him up, and accepted the bow seriously. He grinned. "You're welcome. Well, you thank me, and I accept your bow. Don't worry about it in the future. We don't owe each other anything. Finish the work today." Bah! They did 4 big things in one day. The first one was to build a bridge over a small river called Bright Stream. The stream was quiet when the weather was good, but it would flood when it rained. Although it didn't rain often, the dragon cult master insisted on doing things here, so they had no choice but to obey. Li Yunxin and Lu Lao Dao personally laid the cornerstone. They used 81 bluestones to look like water, and said it was used to stabilize feng shui. Then there were 3 other roads. The first 2 roads went smoothly, but when it came to the 3rd road, the dragon cult master said they had to go through a mountain. It wasn't a big mountain, but a small hill. Originally, they could have gone around the hill, but the dragon cult master insisted on going through it. After going through it, they would have to cut through the mountain. According to the locals, there weren't any stones in the small hill, only sand. It wasn't impossible to cut through the mountain, but it would take some time and manpower. The dragon cult master smiled when he heard that. He immediately ordered everyone to stand far away, and only he stood on the spot, exhaled, and exerted force. A ray of golden light shot out from his palm and immediately carved out a path in the middle of the small mound. This was the first time he performed a miracle, and also the first time people saw a powerful Taoist technique. At this time, the rich merchants who had been accompanying him, and even Mr. Li, who was in the mansion, realized this young man wasn't a puppet. However, in Yunzi's eyes, there was only one key point. The 3rd road was a straight line, a line that went through the small hill. It also had to be a straight line to form a part of the painting. Because of this, he didn't take a detour, and because he impatiently displayed his divine power. Chapter 182. Building bridges, roads, and canals were not something that could be done in a day. But both Li Yunxin and Yunzi just needed a start. On the 16th of June, everything was almost finished. Or it began. From May 22nd, when the dragon cult entered the city, to June 16th, when the headquarters of the dragon cult in Taoshi Road was about to be completed, there were 16 canals, 19 roads, and 6 bridges outside the city of Wei. 24 other temples were built in different places. This was a huge project in any country in the world. However, both sides knew that these things did not necessarily have to be done, and the people who were grateful and felt that the heavens had bestowed them with blessings were actually just pawns. Both sides were using it, not for them, but for themselves. At the same time, in these 25 days, 36 low-level Taoist priests were killed. 21 of them died in the hands of the dragon cult. The other 15 people gradually realized that something was wrong, because their companions were killed by the demons, but the enlightened, immortal Yunzi asked them to be patient again and again. The demons kept attacking them, and they had almost no means to protect themselves. These arrogant cultivators finally lost their pride and suspected that Yunzi had ulterior motives. Fortunately, they still had brains. They did not question Yunzi face to face, but chose to escape from the city of Wei in one night. But within an hour, these 15 people were killed by Yunzi's doppelgangers one by one, and their souls were destroyed. Therefore, on the night of the 16th of June, Li Yunxin met Yunzi again in the residence of the Yu Mansion. The enlightened immortal seemed to be very satisfied, and he did not even use his spirit to transform into the real body, but his real body. Right now, he was truly alone in the city of Wei. He was the only one left in the entire city of Wei of the Pill Cauldron sect, of the Shanqing sect. The strange deaths of the cultivators had long scared the servants who knew a thing or two out of their wits. They had all fled to the Eager continent. Li Yunxin had nearly 10,000 followers in the city of Wei, and more than 500 people came to the main altar to worship every day, although many of them came because of the embroidery of the Qi made of silver foil. When they met again tonight, Li Yunxin was still leaning on a rattan chair and looking at Yunzi lazily. Your people are all dead, yet you still dare to come and see me like this. Two boys transformed from flowers moved Master Daoist seat so that he could sit opposite Li Yunxin. Then Yunzi said calmly, they didn't do much when they were alive, but they were more useful when they were dead. I have come to tell you about the sacrificial offering to heaven when the altar is completed. It's a sacrifice to Shinryu. Li Yunxin snorted. Oh, a sacrifice to Shinryu. Yunzi looked at him. I hope that when you ascend the altar tomorrow, it will rain. In this way, your power will be increased, and your followers will be more devout. The city of Wei is the center of Hejian land of the Daqing state. A heavy rain to save the people will be a miracle in Hejian land. It's much more reliable to spread the news from the city of Wei than from a remote place. Li Yunxin frowned and looked at him. You are so kind. It's a matter of mutual benefit. Yunzi said, you will be the first god to show up in a big city and perform a miracle on a large scale. Then the Daotong will realize the seriousness of the matter. Then I will report the news of the cultivators being killed, and after the reprimand, I will still be in charge of the city of Wei. Then the Daotong will send real, capable cultivators, not the previous useless ones. At that time, you will have to leave the city of Wei, but your story has been spread by those followers. Even the Daotong and the government can't get rid of those people's hidden thoughts. In essence, you have no loss. We all get what we want. Sounds good. Li Yunxin yawned. Then it's settled. You can leave. Yunzi didn't leave. Instead, he sat upright for a while. The Lord Tong Tian shouldn't be such a person. Is the Lord Tong Tian trying to provoke me? He asked. Li Yunxin squinted at him and ignored him. It's good for us to live in peace. Yunzi said again in a serious tone. If someone else came to the city of Wei, he might not sit back and do nothing. I'm the best choice for the Lord Tong Tian. Li Yunxin waved his hand impatiently. Okay. Got it. But Yunzi still didn't leave. He stared at Li Yunxin carefully for a while and frowned. The Lord Tong Tian's momentum seems to have weakened. Did he suffer some sort of injury that caused his cultivation level to drop? Tomorrow is a big event. We can't make any mistakes. Li Yunxin closed his eyes and kept silent for a while. Then he said only 4 words, the secret method of the dragons. A warm smile appeared on Yu Yunzi's face, and she finally flew away. After another 3 breaths, Lu Laodao came out of the room and sat beside Li Yunxin. Li Yunxin sighed. He's going to take action. I'm here to see what's going on tonight. Lu Laodao just said, in a low voice. Li Yunxin waved his hand as if he was driving away mosquitoes. Let's finish everything tomorrow. Under the acacia tree in the courtyard, the roots of an acacia flower trembled slightly and fell off in an instant. It was a rare cloudy day on the 17th of June. The sky was livid with heavy clouds. There was no wind. It was like a big steamer since the morning. But the people in the city of Wei didn't feel annoyed, because the clouds meant that it might rain. Many people in the city didn't do farm work. But in this day and age, there were no real city people. They all knew something about crops. Besides, today was the day when the headquarters of the dragon cult was completed. Everyone was happy. It was not that everyone was a believer. They just knew that the dragon cult was generous and had the support of the Yu's mansion. On normal days, they would give some money to the dragon cult. Today was an auspicious day. Therefore, at the first light of day, some people came to Taoshi Road with their families to occupy a good place. The headquarters was not an altar, but a temple. But this temple couldn't be described as a big temple. The foundation was deep, and the platform was high. According to Li Yunxin's unique hobby, she has to climb 49 steps of white marble to get on the platform. If someone falls from the platform, he or she will fall to his or her death. The platform was big, and the floor was paved with green flagstones. The whole courtyard of the former Dragon King Temple of Lu Laodao was now just a main hall on the platform. The main body of the temple was covered with yellow glazed tiles. It looked magnificent. On a good day, it would even reflect golden light under the sunlight. Many people swore that they saw the Dragon God Temple in the Great Yi and the ruined palace in the city of Wei before it was burned down, although their great-grandfathers were not born when the Great Yi was destroyed. But it was true. Li Yunxin asked people to build the temple according to the emperor's palace in his world. But the scale was reduced, and only a main hall was built. Fortunately, the Daqing state was still clean. He used some golden glazed tiles, so no one made trouble for him. Those who came early came to wait under the platform of the Dragon God Temple. When the auspicious time came, the dragon cult's leader would worship Shinryu on the platform. Maybe a lot of gold and silver would be sprinkled. But some people thought they came early. Others didn't leave last night. The weather was cool. They slept on the ground with their clothes. When the sky brightened, they were too hot to sleep. They started to chat. They talked about all kinds of strange things about the dragon cult. For example, someone saw the dragon cult's leader shoot out a golden light from his palm and split a mountain. In fact, people didn't believe it. People who heard it didn't believe it either. It was just like those folklores where someone met an immortal or was called by the king of hell to be a judge. But the people in the city of Wei had experienced several strange things. Although they didn't believe it, they were in awe of it. The more people gathered, the more rumors about the dragon cult's leader. After the morning, when it was almost noon, the Divine Dragon Temple was almost surrounded by a group of thousands of people. Thousands of people didn't stand in a tight line. They were randomly scattered on the ground. Even the half-demolished Taoshi Road that had yet to be rebuilt could not contain them. The crowd squeezed all the way to Willow Street outside Taoshi Road. There were so many people. Peddlers also came to sell food, toys, and small things. Since he was waiting, he would eat something and look at the little things while waiting. The whole Taoshi Road became a hubbub of people. Some people in the city who didn't want to come also came to join in the fun after hearing that there was a market today. Some farmers who entered the city saw the crowd and asked around. Then they hurried home. Why did they go home? To prepare goods for the market. Commerce was not developed in this era. Many things that the farmers around the city of Wei needed were hard to get even in the shops in the city. There were no suitable places to sell the things that the farmers produced. Li Yunxin turned sour soup into a river on the Chongmen Street. That was the market. Once or twice a month, people around the city of Wei would go to the Chongmen Street to exchange goods. This was called going to the market. Right now, the Divine Dragon Cult's headquarters sacrificial ceremony has not yet begun, but unexpectedly a marketplace has been forcibly created. In the past, this was handled by the officials. But now the city of Wei was in a state of anarchy. The magistrate of the city didn't have time to care about this. He couldn't order the bailiffs. Thus, when it was time for noon, there were more than 10,000 people around. There were so many people, and the topic of their idle chatter was always related to Divine Dragon Cult. So gradually the topic was related to that cult leader. And gradually, some people said they had seen the cult master before. When did they see him? It was a few days before the Dragon King showed his divinity and burned the Wild Mountain. Coincidentally, there was a peddler selling sour soup in the market. Hearing this, he slapped his thigh and said with gritted teeth, "That's him." At first, people thought he was joking, so they teased him. Then the peddler told them about how his sour soup was painted into the river by the young man. That incident was widely spread in the city of Wei, so they knew it was not fake. Coincidentally, some of the customers were there that day, which confirmed the peddler's words. The peddler also said that he also went to the dragon cult a few days ago. He heard that they were generous and wanted to see if he could get a windfall. However, he didn't get any advantage, but met the dragon cult master face to face. Who else could it be but the young Taoist priest that day? At this point, it meant that the cult master of the dragon cult had been in the city of Wei before and made strange things. He was indeed a sublime person, or even a divine dragon. However, as the customers came and went, this topic was mentioned again and again. Hey, the peddler selling sour soup was punished by the dragon cult master. Finally, a person who lived in Egret Island and came to the city of Wei for business heard about it. This person thought for a while and finally realized that he seemed to have seen the young man in Egret Town. Of course, he had seen Li Yunxin. Almost everyone in Egret Island was a dragon cult follower. However, as the cult master, Li Yunxin, it was hard to associate him with the passerby he met in Egret Town. Until today, after hearing so much, he remembered the rare handsome appearance of the dragon cult master. Originally, this person planned to rush back to Egret Island. But before leaving the city, he passed by Taoshi Road. Being a lively person, he came to have a look and eat something before continuing his journey. At this time, he almost finished his food, so he didn't say much. Anyway, it was not strange that he had seen the cult master of the dragon cult in Egret Island. Everyone knew that the dragon cult started in Egret Island. However, just as he finished the soup in one gulp, put a coin on the table, and was about to get up and leave, the peddler who was busy behind the cart suddenly spoke to him. This peddler was originally talking too. He was just greeting people with a face full of smiles and occasionally chatting with them. But just now, a gust of cold wind blew past, and the peddler's figure suddenly stiffened. Then, he stopped what he was doing and ignored the newcomers calling him, only staring straight at the passerby from Egret Island, saying, "Tell me more." As he spoke, he slowly and inexpertly scooped another bowl of sour soup from the pot and personally brought it over to the peddler. Then, he also sat at the table and said, "I like to hear about him. Tell me more. When was the first time you saw him? What did he look like?" The passerby from Egret Island naturally felt that it was strange. But in any case, he was just a peddler, an ordinary person. Moreover, everyone was talking about the dragon cult master, so there was nothing to hide. Because of the bowl of steaming sour soup, he sat back down at the table and smiled. "Hey, about this matter. Actually, I'm not that hungry. It's for you," the peddler said with a smile. "You know that person you also heard from others just now? He's had dealings with me. That's why I really want to know more about him. I feel that it's very interesting." The peddler's smile was like a mask hanging on his face. Even the passerby felt that it was a bit strange, but couldn't tell what was strange about it. A few other passerby called out to him a few times, but seeing that he didn't respond, they cursed and left. But the peddler didn't care, and only reached out to pat the passerby's hand. "Tell me." The Egret Island passerby suddenly felt at ease and couldn't help but want to talk. Chapter 183. He picked up the chopsticks and took a sip of the oily soup. He exhaled with satisfaction and said, "First time?" The first time was on the day after the wildfire broke out in the Wild Mountain. I remember clearly. It was said that there was a wildfire in the mountain that day. Many birds and beasts must have been burned to death. I want to pick them up. They were all good meat. I also thought it was a good thing. I got up early in the morning and rushed to the Wild Mountain. But when I went out, I lived near the water. I saw a young man in white standing on the bank of the estuary of Wei River and looking into the water. I saw him wearing the clothes of a rich family and heard about what happened in the city of Wei. I thought maybe his family was also in the city and wanted to jump into the river because they were in trouble. So I went to persuade him. But the young man turned around and left before I could persuade him. When I saw his face, hey, I couldn't forget it. That handsomeness, that's the face of a young man, not the face of us working people. Now thinking about it, I can't forget it. How many times can I see such a handsome man in my life? Alas, later. "Your Excellency, are you sure?" the peddler asked him calmly. It was the first time for the passerby to be called "Your Excellency" by a peddler selling sour soup. He was stunned, but this feeling of surprise was fleeting. He soon sighed with a bitter smile. "I can't be wrong. Why can't I be wrong? That day, we rushed to the Wild Mountain for a whole day, but what happened? That mountain fire, oh my God. I'll be able to roast you from a distance of 40 to 50 feet. Burnt birds and carnivorous beasts? Bullshit. They were all burnt into charcoal. How can I remember it wrongly? One person can't catch up with it in his whole life." The peddler suddenly fell on the table. He knocked his forehead on the table with a loud thud. The passerby was startled, but after a breath, the peddler shook his head and opened his eyes. First, he looked around blankly and then felt a splitting headache. He didn't know what had just happened and why he was sitting opposite the guest. The passerby in Egret was a little confused. He didn't know what was going on. The peddler was also confused. He felt empty, as if he had been hollowed out. The two of them stared at each other for a while, not quite understanding what had just happened. But someone already understood. The ghost passed through the crowd and went straight to the station of the enchanting sect. At the corner of an alley on Willow Street, a ferocious-looking general on horseback stared at the ghost for a while, then turned his horse and disappeared into the air silently. A quarter of an hour later, a passerby who happened to pass the station of the enchanting sect stopped and shivered slightly. Then he turned around, pushed open the black lacquered door of the residence, and walked straight into the main hall. On normal days, the two garrisons in the city of Wei were more majestic and mysterious than the yamen of the prefectural magistrate. At this time, even if the people were gone, their prestige still remained. There was no need to lock them. The passerby walked all the way to the main hall and saw Yunzi sitting in the middle of the hall. Enlightened being Dao attainment raised his head slightly and took a glance before closing his eyes and meditating again. In half an hour, it will be the auspicious hour, Yunzi said calmly. Today I will kill that dragon's son. You don't need to give me any more advice. The possessed passerby was a young servant wearing a green hat. He had a hairy beard and a few freckles on his face. He looked like a half-grown child. But now, with a solemn and serious voice, the child said to an enlightened Taoist master, "You are mistaken. That's not Long's son, it's Li Yunxin." Yunzi did not open his eyes. He disguised himself as Li Yunxin and called himself Li Yunxin. "I know all that. I am thinking of something. Don't bother me if you have nothing to say. Take care of this, and we may work together in the future, but don't let I hate you." The servant looked at Yunzi and said seriously, "It's not like that, Li Yunxin. It's the only son of Li Chunfeng and his wife, the real Li Yunxin. He's not Long's son, he's just Li Yunxin. The night Long Jiuzi died, he didn't die." Yunzi opened his eyes. Then he frowned slightly. The servant took a step forward. "In order to prevent you from making any mistakes today, I have inquired about a lot of news in the city these days. And today I got the last bit of evidence. The night Long Jiuzi fought with the cultivator Ling Kongzi of your sect was April 19th. Emperor Li passed away on the 19th of April. 6 hours later, on April 20th, Emperor Li achieved the Ghost Emperor's body. April 22nd, 5 cultivators of Daotong pursued the Ghost Emperor but failed. They fought for 3 days and 3 nights. April 28th, the seriously injured Ghost Emperor broke into the Tongtian Sea and fought with Long Jiuzi, hatred. On the 29th of April, Yizi disappeared. Taoist Yunzi. More than one person said that after April 20th, then Li Yunxin appeared in the Egret Island. You said that Li Yunxin is the incarnation of hatred. On April 20th, hatred was still in the Tongtian Sea. If he came to the Wei River and turned into Li Yunxin, how could he fight with the Ghost Emperor? After saying that, the manservant didn't say anything else and only looked at you, Yunzi. The truth state Taoist expression was frozen on his face, and he didn't try to hide it. This went on for a long time. It meant that he was so focused on something else that he didn't even care about his own expression. After a quarter of an hour, Yunzi let out a long sigh with a solemn expression. He stood up and paced a few steps. As he walked, he looked at the servant who was possessed by Lin Liangzi, frowned, and said hesitantly, "How could I know that you didn't set me up? You know that's not a reasonable deduction," the servant said calmly. The manservant said calmly, "Our common interest is greater than our common interest with Li Yunxin. But you're looking for the jade chip of enlightenment." "We're looking for the jade chip of enlightenment," the servant said in a low voice. "And as far as I know, the jade chip of enlightenment is no longer with Li Yunxin. Dragon Sun took it away with Chi Kiss. After Dragon Sun died, his palace disappeared, so it can be concluded that it was taken away by Lord Dongting. If you can find the jade chip of enlightenment from Lord Dongting, you're a better partner than Li Yunxin. And he's just a kid. A kid, but he also deceived me." Yunzi sighed and accepted Lin Liangzi's statement. He looked up at the sky. The auspicious time is coming. Lin Liangzi frowned. "What are you going to do?" Yunzi shook his head, but smiled slightly. "What to do? Ha! Do you know what a good plan is? Without waiting for Lin Liangzi to answer, he walked out of the door and said loudly, "There are always loopholes in a bad plan. It can only be used to deal with blind and stupid people. A good plan is delicate and meticulous, and it's more than enough to deal with stupid people. However, if it's used to deal with smart people, once a step is not calculated well and a mistake is made, the whole plan will be out of control. And a good plan is to leave room everywhere and deal with changes by not changing. No matter what he does, I'll stand firm. What I have is a good plan. So what should I do? Just act according to the plan." Yunzi stepped out of the door. The corner of his robe flashed by the door, and his voice came through the door. "My honorable guest, please wait here. After I take the head of that kid Li Yunxin, I'll come back to discuss the plan with you." "Where did you find this group of people?" Li Yunxin frowned, looking at a group of people who were preparing on the white jade platform on the 49th step of the Dragon King Temple. There were performers of gongs, drums, suona, eru, and flute. There were men and women who looked like demons and ghosts, wearing red and green clothes. There were a lot of unknown brands of fans and ceremonial guards, and there were also some people who were wearing formal clothes, but not formal clothes. Right now, he was busying himself with a solemn expression. "Well, it's the old system," Lu Laodao explained. Children, Dragon King ceremonial guards, and so on. "Brother Xian, look at the ceremonial officer in red. That's General Crab." "Okay." Li Yunxin sighed. "That means I have to talk to them later." "Yes." These ceremonial officers are imitating the two groups of ministers in front of Lord Dragon King. Brother Xian is on the seat of honor. "Where's the dragon throne? I'll go and urge." Li Yunxin was no longer listening when he said these words. He was looking elsewhere. They were standing on the platform, under the red corridor of the main hall of the Dragon King Temple. The people below the platform couldn't see them, but they could see the sea of tens of thousands of people. It was a magnificent sight. Li Yunxin turned her head to look behind her. Then he waved his hand. "There's no need. I don't think it'll last long." Lu Laodao was stunned, followed his gaze, and saw Yunzi walking toward them. Anyone with a discerning eye could see the expression of the Taoist priest: curiosity, mockery, and doubt. "Go away." "Okay." Lu Laodao didn't hesitate, turned around, and walked away quickly. Yunzi didn't care about the Taoist priest's departure. His eyes were fixed on Li Yunxin in white. He stopped 3 steps in front of him and said, "You're not hatred." Li Yunxin was slightly taken aback, and then she smiled. "Please recall, I never said I was." "You're Li Yunxin." He smiled again. "You remember, I never said I wasn't." Good. Yunzi squinted his eyes. "I was fooled by you. Heroes come from the young." Yunzi snorted. "Your sharp tongue. Did you learn it from your late father, Li Chunfeng?" Li Yunxin was silent for a while, then stopped smiling. "Talk is talk. Don't ask about other people's parents." "Why? Are you going to complain to my parents?" Yunzi also smiled coldly. "Humph. Also, you used to be in society, and I heard you were an official, right?" Li Yunxin interrupted him. "Then do you understand the principle that one's wife and children shouldn't be harmed? Immortals have many ways to extort confessions from mortals, but they don't have to cut people open. Let's interview. What's your mentality?" Yunzi was silent for a while, thinking that it was unwise and degrading to quarrel with a teenager, not a teenager incarnated by the Lord Tongtian. So he changed the topic and said in a low voice, "What about the Lord Tongtian? Are these your tricks or the Lord Tongtian's?" "I have no comment." Yunzi looked at Li Yunxin's demeanor and expression and suddenly laughed. "Good." He raised his hand and twirled his beard. "I saw through your identity, but you didn't panic and still didn't fall into a disadvantageous position. Exactly the same as when I was a teenager. I know you're acting like this because you're afraid, but you really don't have to be afraid. What I said before still stands. Since you're a human and not a demon, it's easier to talk about this. Dao Dong wants the translucent jade slip, but I don't. On the contrary, I need a smart helper. However, whether you follow the Lord Tongtian or me, I won't make things difficult for you, as long as you don't go against me. As for the Lord Tongtian, is actually a dragon lady? That's interesting. Yunzi shook his head gently, but she can pretend to be your servant and play along with you, so she's not a rude and stupid demon. Things can still be done. You're really a smart person. Li Yunxin smiled and turned to look in the direction of the front of the hall. A good show is about to start. We have time to talk about it in detail. Look, the auspicious time has come. As soon as he finished speaking, the gong sounded. The big gong was erected on a thick wooden frame at the end of the steps, and it was taller than a person. It was very much like the big drum that Li Yunxin had seen before, but he didn't know why it was changed to a gong in this world. The ceremonial officer in red silk knocked 21 times with all his strength, and the sound was earth-shattering, making people's ears numb. But such a sound only made those people in front of the temple turn their heads slightly and stop what they were doing. More people were still doing what they were doing. Originally, they were here to watch the fun, but now it had become a market. What could be more lively than a market? Yunzi, who was walking slowly beside Li Yunxin, smiled and said, "This is not a good sign. After all, you are still a young man. It will be much better for the Lord Tongtian to come forward." Li Yunxin paused by the side of the big gong and reached out to press down on the still buzzing gong. Then he turned to look at Yunzi. "You are just afraid that we are playing tricks, and you want to see Dragon Lady. She didn't go anywhere else. She is just staying in the temple. If you want to see her, I will ask her to come out." "I want to see her," Yunzi said. "Sanhua, come out." Li Yunxin did not hesitate to shout into the hall. At this time, the group of people on the stage, which Li Yunxin scolded as a grassroots troupe, were unhurriedly getting into position and getting into formation. In this era, there were no professional ceremonial companies, and a lot of this kind of work was done by the troupe. They had seen many big scenes, so they did not have stage fright. They lined up in an orderly manner, and the actors in the civil and military official costumes stood lazily, and the vocal troupe also sat on the side. As soon as the master gave the order, the music started, and they immediately cheered up and threw themselves into their roles. In Li Yunxin's eyes, it was like a child's play, but the people in the city of Wei liked it very much. No one wanted to listen to tedious speeches and preferred to watch the troupe's performance. It was said that there were famous actors in the city of Wei on the stage. Chapter 184. Just then, the door of the main hall of the Dragon God Temple was opened. A gap was opened, and a strong fire shot out. Even in such a hazy day, the fire was still bright, like a long sword stabbing out of the temple door. The back door opened again, and a fiery red long sword turned into a fiery red fan. The figure inside was completely revealed to everyone. The people in the troupe didn't really believe in the dragon cult. They traveled all over the country and had seen a lot of the world, unlike the ordinary people who were confined to one city or one place. However, even these actors stopped what they were doing when they saw the scene in front of them. They were stunned. A woman wearing a strange armor walked out of the main hall. Flames surrounded her feet, but they didn't burn the wooden door frame. It was as if the flames were completely under her command. She had dark skin and a pair of red eyes with long, thin pupils in the middle. No matter how they looked at it, it didn't look like a show. The Dragon Lady took 5 steps out of the temple door, and the flames around her suddenly rose and turned into a fire pillar several meters high. The astonishing and oppressive heat was finally released completely, causing the air to distort. A gust of wind rose from where he stood, spreading in all directions to the west. The sleeves of the actors, who were frozen in shock, flapped loudly in the wind. Even their gaping mouths were filled with the wind. Someone whispered, "This is the dragon god." The actors on the stage immediately fell to their knees. But they didn't seem to be in awe, but fear. Then, the people who weren't attracted by the 21 loud gongs finally saw the strange phenomenon on the stage. With the Dragon God Temple as the center, the silence quickly spread and spread like the wind. The noise quickly disappeared. The silence lasted for a few breaths, and then it slowly turned into a low buzz. People were whispering to each other. At this time, the believers of the dragon cult finally played their role. When they excitedly nervously and proudly told the people around them that this was the divine dragon crown prince respected by the divine dragon sect. They, who were not very sure themselves, had successfully played the role of a bewitcher. The rumor quickly spread through the crowd. Soon, people began to kneel on the ground as if they were worshiping a statue in a temple, and more people followed suit. Finally, the tens of thousands of people were like harvested wheat. All of them stooped down, and the deafening clamor resounded once again. But this time, it was no longer the children who bargained and cursed at their own children. Instead, they were praising and praising, expressing their wishes in fear and trepidation. Li Yunxin narrowed her eyes and looked down the stage. Look, this is the power of faith. Humans are the easiest to fool. Yu Yunzi didn't seem to care about it. He looked at the performers on the stage, and then at the people who were kneeling below the stage and looking up at the dragon lady on the stage from time to time. He said with slight mockery, "They can't see the real divine sense, but they like these superficial tricks. But you use this method to do this. It's really... I just like this kind of pompous, boorish, and vulgar tone." Li Yunxin spread her hands. "I feel uncomfortable if no one praises me for a day." Yunzi smiled, ignored him, and walked past him. A few days ago, he saw Li Yunxin as a great enemy, but now he knew that he wasn't Dragon's son, and he thought that the Dragon Lady was hatred. So he shifted his gaze from Li Yunxin to the Dragon Lady. He walked past the actors who were kneeling on the ground and scolded them in a low voice for them to leave. The actors didn't know who this middle-aged man was, but seeing him talking to the dragon cult master, they thought that he was also a person of high status. Hence, they immediately dispersed like a swarm of bees, distancing themselves from the monster that did not look friendly at all and had scales on its body. The people below the stage saw him as a god, but the people on the stage saw him as a monster. Most of the time, the only difference between fear and reverence was the distance between the two. The platform in front of the main hall was quite spacious, almost like a small square. Yunzi stared at the dragon lady as he walked slowly and said, "Lord Tongtong." However, the dragon lady didn't pay attention to him. She just squinted at him and took 2 steps forward. The flames around her rose higher, stirring up the wind in the air. The people below the stage let out a series of exclamations. They felt that it was more interesting than magic tricks, but it was also spectacular and mysterious. They had not seen anything like that in their lives. It was worth it for them to squeeze under the stage on such a hot and humid day and smell the stench of other people's sweat. Yunzi didn't care. He stopped a dozen steps away from the dragon lady. "Lord Tongtian wants the power of vow. Then you don't have to do this. I have a better way to make the people worship you. But I don't know if Lord Tongtian knows what I said to the child." Lord Tongtian should know. Yunzi was talking to the dragon lady, repeating the promise he made to Li Yunxin a few days ago. Just as he was about to change his tone, he saw Li Yunxin, with her hands behind her back, slowly walked up to them and listened with interest. After listening for a while, he said, "Let me interrupt. Now it's time to get down to business." Yunzi frowned slightly. "I haven't finished." The dragon lady, whom he regarded as Lord Tongtian, finally paid attention to him, but not in the tone and not in the way he imagined. Instead, she suddenly screamed, "Go away, stinky Taoist. Don't stop me from showing my divinity." This was far from the Lord Tongtian in Yunzi's imagination. He thought that although he had seen through the plan, it was still a wonderful plan, and it could not be completely made by Li Yunxin. He mistook Li Yunxin for Lord Tongtian and had several dealings with him. Although now he knew he was wrong, it also showed that the young man was not an ordinary person. It was normal for such a person to get together with Lord Tongtian and come up with such a plan. He thought that the young man was frivolous and rash, so there must be an experienced and prudent Lord Tongtian. However, the tone, words, and behavior of the dragon lady were not what Dragon's son should be like. Yunzi was stunned for a moment. It was at this moment that a talisman in his sleeve suddenly jumped up and down in a frenzy, emitting a sharp cry that only he could hear. Taoist priest Dideo's expression changed, and he immediately threw away the doubts in his mind. It was a purple talisman. This kind of talisman was time-consuming and laborious to make, so he brought two with him. One had been used, and now there was only one left. This meant that someone else within 1,000 miles had used a purple talisman, but this was not in his plan. Thus, Yu Yunzi smiled without batting an eyelid, snorted, turned around, and walked straight to the back of the hall. Li Yunxin didn't care about him, walked straight to the front of the stairs, and looked down at the people below the stage. He was silent for a while, and suddenly raised his voice. You all know about my dragon cult. You also know what my dragon cult has been doing in City of Wei recently. Then you should also know that my cult worships dragon Sun Chiwen. When he spoke, he used spiritual power, so his voice was loud but not harsh. There were thousands of people on Taoshi Road, and tens of thousands of people outside, all heard his voice clearly. Some people outside couldn't hear clearly, so they asked the people in front and gradually understood what he was talking about. Just this one thing. A person speaking on the stage, and tens of thousands of people could hear clearly. This kind of thing was also a god's ability that made people sincerely believe in it. On the stage, Li Yunxin said again, however, some people misunderstood, saying that our cult's Qi, one dragon son, is the prince of the vast sea dragon palace. Before this, we didn't clarify this matter. Now, on the day of the completion of the Dragon God Temple, we will tell the world who our cult worships, in case some devout believers go astray in the future. Li Yunxin's voice came from afar, into Yunzi's ears. At this moment, he stood under the red corridor of the main hall of the Dragon King Temple, and took out a purple talisman from his sleeve. The mysterious patterns on the talisman had become flickering, as if a lot of light was sealed in it. The body of the talisman was boiling hot, and if an ordinary person in the secular world held it, his skin would be torn and his flesh would be torn. While listening to Li Yunxin's nonsense to deceive people, Yunzi frowned and said in a low voice, "Order." The seal was removed. The patterns on the talisman instantly became blurred, and the light contained in it was released in an instant. A misty green figure quickly formed in front of him. Seeing this person, Yunzi was a little stunned at first, and then he immediately bowed and said, "Greetings, great master." This blurred figure was the same height as Yunzi. He was wearing a purple gold crown with 8 treasures on his head and a cloud-embroidered robe. His face was blurred, but his voice was very clear. He couldn't see where the scene behind him was, but Yunzi knew that it wasn't anywhere in the Langya Cave. The figure formed by the purple talisman was the great master of the Langya Cave in Daotong, a practitioner of the mysterious state, Kuan Wuzi. But the great master of the Langya Cave, the most powerful person in the sect, why would he come to this place thousands of miles away from the city of Wei? Soon, Yunzi's doubts were answered. The illusory figure of Kuan Wuzi opened his mouth and said, "We have found the whereabouts of Long Ertzi, hatred. 5 days ago, we fought with him, and now he should have entered the kingdom of Qing. This time, I came alone, but Long Ertzi, hatred's cultivation has been recultivated to the perfect harmony state, and he is only 1 step away from returning to the mysterious state. This time, we of Daodong have decided to get rid of this great demon, so we have to leave quickly and keep a low profile so as not to alarm more great demons. Right now, in the kingdom of Qing, there are only 2 practitioners above the realm of true state. I will go north, you go south, and we will intercept hatred together. We must not let him escape and cause more trouble." Yunzi's expression froze on his face, and his heart quickly welled up, a feeling that even he didn't know how to describe. He had to clench his teeth so hard that they almost broke to pieces before he could forcefully suppress that extremely complicated feeling. He bowed to the sect master again and asked in a cautious tone, "Sect master, are you sure that is Long Ertzi, hatred? I have never seen Long Sun's true body, so what does Long Ertzi, hatred, look like?" "He did not show his true body, only his fiend god Dharma body," Sect Master Kuan Wuzi answered him. "Remember well, Long Ertzi, hatred's fiend god Dharma body, is a tall and sturdy man covered in golden fur, with a pair of jet-black coral antlers on his head, blue eyes, thin pupils. When he transforms into a human, His body is slender, and he wears a yellow robe with a golden crown on his head. Remember his appearance, and when you see him, you must first fight with him. You must not underestimate him. Hearing this, Yunzi frowned, and he even forgot to speak. However, Kuan-Wuzi thought that he wasn't convinced and tried to persuade him again. Cultivators like us rarely fight with dragons. Thus, we only know that the bodies of demons are strong. However, when I fought with him, I found out that the bodies of dragons are the demons of demons. If you meet hatred, you must not underestimate him. Just hold it back and wait for me. At this moment, Yunzi heard Li Yunxin speaking on the stage in front of the hall. All of you have worshipped him before. He is the Wei River Dragon King, the dragon's son, Chi-Wan. He is the true god that our dragon cult worships. Previously, all of you know that there was a battle in Weiqing City, and this Taoshi Road was destroyed during that battle. The wilderness mountain outside of the city was also burnt to a crisp during the battle. All of you didn't understand the matters of the Celestials in the past, but today, I will tell all of you. That night, there was a demon that invaded Weiqing City. Thus, the Wei River Dragon King, who was protecting this place, appeared and killed the demon. After that, he fought with the demon for 300 rounds on the wilderness mountain before he was killed. The flames that covered the mountain were the 3-flower dragon lady that served the Wei River Dragon King. 3-flower, come forward and show them the powers you used to kill the demon. That Wei River Dragon King was heavily injured during the battle with the demon, which was why there was a drought for the past month, and not a single drop of rain fell. Now that he has recovered some of his strength, he passed down the dragon cult. This is to let the people in the city do good deeds, pave the roads, and make up for the poor people who had difficulty making a living because of the fire. Today, you've met the Tri-Flower Dragon Lady. But if you are sincere to the dragon cult and appreciate the great kindness of the Wei River Dragon King in protecting this city, then pray devoutly and recite the name of the cult master of the dragon cult, Wei River Dragon King. Maybe if you are sincere, there will be a heavy rain today to benefit millions of people. After saying this, the people under the stage started to discuss again, causing a wave of noise. The great master of the cave, who was thousands of miles away, seemed to have heard Yunzi's voice. At this time, he realized that the place where Yunzi was, it was not ordinary. So he asked, "What are you doing over there? Are you in trouble and can't get away?" Yunzi didn't answer immediately. Instead, he let out a sigh of relief. At first, he thought that Li Yunxin was the second son of the dragon, hatred, but he was not. Then he thought that the Yin god that could create flames and grow 2 horns was the dragon lady, hatred. However, now he knew that was not the case. That meant an ignorant kid, an emptiness realm demonic Yin god that came from nowhere. These days, the Yin god played around with him, but he didn't kill him. Now, he was standing on the stage pretending to be the Wei River Dragon King, right in front of him. He had lived for more than 100 years, and he had never been humiliated like this. He had to pay the price. Yunzi smiled and said in a deep voice, "They're just a few clowns, fishing in troubled waters and causing trouble to people's hearts. Thanks to the words of the great master just now, I have a clear idea. I'm going to kill all those evildoers, and then I will conspire with the great master to kill the hatred." Chapter 185. At this moment, the purple amulet burned out. A piece of talisman paper, which was worth as much as all the businesses in the city of Wei, turned into ashes. Yunzi stared at the ashes for a quarter of an hour. Then Li Yunxin finally got to the point. "If you're not sincere, it won't work. If you're sincere, it will work. There are tens of thousands of people here today. But the ones who benefit the most from the rain are the farmers, not the people in the cities and towns like you. If those people are not here, how can the Dragon King send the rain?" Sanhua snorted sarcastically. "Humph, that's right. Yeah, Sanzu." Li Yunxin hurriedly interrupted her. "Before noon today, if the farmers outside the city of Wei come to the city and sincerely worship the Wei River Dragon King, then there will be a heavy rain before sunset today. and it will bless the land along the way river with good weather. Speaking of this, the people under the stage finally came to their senses. Those who were originally in the front row were the bold ones who got up early and wanted to take advantage of the situation. Now hearing Li Yunxin's words, someone finally couldn't help but raise his head and shout to the stage. "Ah, after saying this, are you going to pray for rain?" As soon as he said this, the surrounding group of people came to a sudden understanding and became excited. There were Dragon King temples everywhere, and sometimes people would pray for rain. However, praying for rain was very different from worshiping the Dragon King spontaneously. It needed to be sacrificed, not fruits or 3 animals, but human sacrifice. Human sacrifice had been strictly forbidden by the imperial court, but it was still practiced everywhere. Because most of the time, it was really effective. Cultivators and gods all knew why. Gods who occupied a place would not often show their divinity. The reason was mentioned by Li Yunxin and Lu Laodao. If you often showed your divinity and answered every request, if you didn't do it well, people would be angry. This was called the heart is not satisfied. Only when you occasionally gave those ignorant people some benefits would they carefully worship you. However, most gods preferred human flesh and blood. Man was the spirit of all living things. Even the spirits had to transform into human form in order to improve themselves. Therefore, they had an innate obsession with things like human flesh and blood. However, they were afraid of being eaten by others. Some of them were brave enough to eat in secret, while some of them were cowardly enough to endure it. Only the great demons of the true state and above were not afraid. However, the people of Daotong didn't care much about sacrificial ceremonies. Some cultivators who roamed the world would interfere, but Daotong and the imperial court did not oppose it. Because this was a tradition, such a thing had existed since the beginning of humanity, and it was deeply rooted in people's hearts. Sometimes, forcing it would make the ignorant people unhappy. The government did not advocate or oppose it. There were even some officials who believed in this and would bring out prisoners who had already been sentenced to death by the imperial court to be sacrificed when the local area was really dry. For a death row inmate, this was a benefit. A life that was supposed to be lost was taken just like that, and his family would be compensated. The city of Wei was an enlightened place. It had been 100 years since the last time they held a sacrificial ceremony. As soon as this question was asked, everyone became excited. The dead praying for rain sounded terrible, but everyone believed that it would not happen to them. They all thought that the city of Wei was a rich and prosperous place. At least in broad daylight, they would not drag people onto the stage and kill them. They must have taken people from the prison of the government. Since it was a death row inmate, he deserved to die. But this was not in Li Yunxin's plan. He was not afraid of killing people, but he did not like to kill people for no reason. It would dirty his clothes and offend some people. He smiled slightly. The rain is required, but the human sacrifice is also required. Another voice interrupted him. His voice was equally loud and clear, reaching everyone's ears. The tone was soft and warm, which made people feel comfortable. Yunzi walked over with a mysterious smile on his face. Every step he took covered a distance of dozens of feet. Soon, he came to Li Yunxin's side. The supernatural power of shrinking the ground into inches was exactly what people wanted. The audience exclaimed, saying that another immortal was coming. Li Yunxin did not say anything. Yunzi looked at him carefully and then at Dragon Lady. Then he turned to the audience and said, "The human sacrifice is necessary, but not now. I am the president of the Institute of Law of the Langyu Cave of Daotong. Enlightened, immortal Yunzi." He said this, and soon realized that he made a mistake. Immortal was already the most extraordinary existence in these people's hearts. They also thought that an emptiness state cultivator was an immortal. As for the cave, Institute of Law, enlightened immortal, what the hell were they? People knew about the cave, just like people knew about the heavenly court. But they did not know that the head of some department in the heavenly court was some little immortal. So they looked at each other and asked, "What is the Institute of Law?" Enlightened immortal is not as powerful as immortals, and so on. Then they looked at him blankly. Yunzi sighed. I am the real immortal of the cave. His wish was finally fulfilled, and he could hear the people gasping and exclaiming in unison. I came here to bless the land and kill the demons. He emphasized the last 4 words and glanced at Li Yunxin. Then he said, praying for rain to bless the people is a good thing. Now that the dragon cult wants to pray for rain, I wish him a hand. I wrote a prayer to the heaven and earth to pray for a heavy rain. But in the city of Wei, there was a demon who stirred up trouble and angered the people. Yunzi softened his tone and said in a low voice, so there was a drought for more than a month. To ask for rain, ordinary sacrifices are not enough. It must be a demon who is full of evil and has manna as a sacrifice. Only then can you ask for happiness. But now, he turned to look at Li Yunxin. Let the cult master of the dragon cult show his supernatural power first. After showing his supernatural power, I will then offer a sacrifice to the Dragon King for you. His words were easy to understand, and the people under the stage all understood. So they realized that not only did someone cast spells to make rain, there were also people who cast spells to catch and kill demons. This matter was going to be really interesting. Suddenly, the crowd was boiling with joy. They whispered to each other that today's trip was not in vain. Finally, there would be a good show to watch. They wished they could call their mothers, daughters-in-law, and sons to watch together. Then, it returned to the bustling market from before. Yunzi looked down at the crowd from the high stage. He turned around, and his robe sleeves fluttered. He was really like an immortal. He walked slowly to the front of Li Yunxin and looked at him calmly. You are smarter than I thought. Li Yunxin raised her eyebrows and lightly patted the folding fan on her palm. What kind of amazing thing have you learned? She asked. Not much, but Yunzi suddenly let out a self-deprecating laugh. Previously, I thought you were the Lord Tongtian, so I talked a lot with you. Later, I thought you and the Lord Tongtian worked together to set up this trap. Although I was a little disappointed, looking at your age, I thought you were a genius. He snorted. It's just that now I know that you, kid, are just another sharp-tongued, gutsy fugitive. But you are a fugitive who cultivates the path of painting. Li Yunxin's action of tapping her palm with a folding fan paused slightly, but he quickly hid it with a smile. All this was seen by Yunzi. He walked closer to Li Yunxin and put his hand on his shoulder. To the people under the stage, it looked like Sendo was talking to the dragon cult master, and it was just an intimate action. But in fact, Yunzi only touched Li Yunxin's shoulder and then withdrew his hand. He walked to his side and stood beside him. Yunzi looked at the people under the stage side by side with him and said in a moderate tone, Dao Tong shepherds the world, so he has to take care of many things. For example, the city of Wei is a big city, and its influence is not limited to one prefecture or one state. In the city of Wei, something happened. A whole street was destroyed. The demon cultivator showed his divinity in public, and so many people died. Dao Tong is responsible. He slightly tilted his head to look at Li Yunxin. There must be an explanation. Otherwise, why do you think the imperial court didn't send an official here 2 months after the accident, and no one else investigated this matter? Because this kind of thing should be handled by Dao Tong. I'm here to handle this matter. The Jade Script of Illumination. Ling Kongzi. One is an object, and the other is a person. They're just points, and the influence of the matter is the surface. Do you think I'm here for the Jade Script of Illumination? For Ling Kongzi? No, I'm just here for the matter itself. Since I'm here, I need an explanation. Do you think it's interesting to pretend to be Lord Tongtian and lure me into a trap? Huh? Yunzi chuckled softly. When I was your age, I also liked to walk between cliffs and ferocious beasts. I was a famous knight-errant at that time. I liked that feeling life and death were on the line, but it was in my control. But I did that. I walked between cliffs and cliffs with iron chains around my waist. I walked among ferocious beasts whose teeth had been plucked out. I was sure they couldn't hurt me. But you, Yunzi looked at Li Yunxin with eyes like 2 arrows. You deceived a Taoist immortal with some tricks that you thought were exquisite. Don't you know you were seeking death? I thought you were Hatred, the son of Long Ertzi. When Lord Tong Tian said so many things to you, did you think it was true? Yinzi looked at him. With a sneer, he turned his head again. I'm the president of the Law Academy of Langyu Cave of Daotong. Even if I want to plot and get something, how can I collude with demons? Want that hatred to sleep beside my bed? What a joke. Not only can I obtain power, I can also obtain a mystical merit of killing the dragon's son. Why wouldn't I want it? But you are not Hatred. The female monster beside you is also not Yazzie. Although I don't know what method you used to get the dragon chi, you seem to have not realized one thing. You've already sent yourself to the position that I've left for the dragon son Yazzie in my plan. The real Hatred may be able to fight like a cornered beast. But you? Yunzi looked at him with slight mockery. Do you still think it is interesting to walk between cliffs and ferocious beasts? You think you are smart, but you have provoked someone you shouldn't have. Now I really want to see how you can summon a heavy rain. Well, some mean spirits with supernatural powers can sprinkle some rain from the sky. I have seen this kind of thing. Those so-called Dragon King, worshipped in remote places in the mountains and streams, are mostly like this. But now listen carefully. Yunzi turned sideways and said to Li Yunxin seriously, I promised them a heavy rain, so I need a heavy rain. I also told them to kill demons to sacrifice to Dragon King. If you can't get the rain, then you're the demon. I won't kill you immediately. I will let you suffer all the pain in this world, so that you can ask yourself, how dare you lie to a perfected person? Li Yunxin's expression changed, as if he was trying hard to suppress his feelings. After a long while, he finally heaved a sigh of relief and took a step back from Yu Yunzi. He blinked and said, Why are you so angry? Yunzi only looked at him, without sadness or joy on his face. Li Yunxin sighed. Well, I admit that I shouldn't have lied to you before. This is very hurtful. Just now in the red corridor, I shouldn't have quarreled with you, okay? After saying this, he looked at Yunzi's expression again. Yunzi still didn't move, nor did he speak, only staring at him. But the people below the stage saw that the two immortals on the stage didn't move and only talked for a long time, so they became a little impatient. At this time, it was already noon. The sky was gloomy and hot, and now with so many people gathered together, it was even more stuffy. They really wanted to immediately have a rain. Even if it was a drizzle, it would still cool people down. Therefore, the people below the stage slowly began to discuss. One person definitely wouldn't dare to ask Tu Sendo to do something. But a group of people, or 10,000 people, was different. The collective consciousness wrapped around them, and finally, the desire in their hearts converged into a unified voice. They began to ask the leader of the dragon cult to quickly send down the rain to relieve the heat of the summer. Both Li Yunxin and Yunzi heard this voice. Li Yunxin sighed heavily again. How about this, since everyone's request is so strong? If I can really ask for a heavy rain, let's not be so stiff and talk about it, okay? A meaningful smile appeared on Yu Yunzi's face. You're not the son of a dragon, and neither is that demon. How can you ask for a heavy rain? I have my own way. Li Yunxin spread out his hands. So it's settled? Okay. Yunzi smiled even more happily than it's settled. Li Yunxin immediately turned around and directly raised his voice. Then, I will give you a rain. After he said that, he reached into his sleeve and took out a magic brush. Then his robe sleeves surged, as if suddenly filled with strong wind. The magic brush in his hand seemed to become extremely heavy at this moment, and it took all his strength to move it in the void. It was as if this brush was affecting the fate and spiritual chi of the whole city of Wei, and even the entire Wei River, and so you want to use the whole painting array outside the city, plus the power of faith of these people, and those people outside the city, to draw a rain from somewhere else. Yu Yunzi suddenly spoke from behind him. His voice was cold, as if it was cut by a knife. Building bridges, paving roads, building righteous canals. These are used to deceive people, and today it comes in handy. It's a good plan. But why do you think I asked you to kill the 36 cultivators? Do you really think it's just to give me an excuse to get the power of Dao Tong? Chapter 186. It was common sense that one should not easily withdraw one's spiritual power when performing a spell. That was because the unformed painting array or book array was like a pool that contained turbulent spiritual power. Now an opening was made in the pool, and a thin magic brush was used to stir a certain key point. The original balance was disrupted, and a new balance was formed. Finally, the spiritual power flowed into a system. It became a circular array. This was the finishing touch. The finishing touch of an ordinary painting really only needed one stroke. But now Li Yunxin was controlling the big array using the city of Wei and the land outside the city of Wei as the painting paper. It was not that easy to finish it. But he could not stop now. Once he forcibly stopped, the backfire would not just be the spiritual power of a painting, but the spiritual power of hundreds of thousands of people's yang, qi, and faith. But he could be distracted. He slowly and painstakingly wrote the last stroke and said, "You actually know." He turned his back to Yunzi, and his voice did not have any other meaning. But because he used all his strength to guide the big array, he was a little breathless. "I know, so you can't pray for the rain today." Yunzi took a step back and walked to the side of Li Yunxin so that he could also see the actions of the three flowers. You used the painting array to pray for rain, and then the power of wish skyrocketed. As for who the power of wish was given to, maybe it was not the demon I thought. But it doesn't matter. Your plan is a series of plans, and so is mine. Enough of the drama. It's time to get down to business. Yunzi said this and took 2 steps back, but he did not make a move and only quietly looked to the northwest. Suddenly, a stumbling figure appeared in the crowd. She turned out from an alley, wearing a ragged Taoist robe, and rushed around. She was a little far from the high platform, so it was not clear what she was shouting. But everywhere she passed, people showed panic and hesitation on their faces and looked directly at Li Yunxin on the platform. It seemed that it was a female Taoist. She attracted the attention of many people nearby, and they all made way for her. Because she was covered in blood, and her clothes were torn, revealing the wounds underneath. It wasn't a sword wound, but rather a bite from a ferocious beast. Ordinary people could not tell the difference between the 2 kinds of wounds, but they were all stunned by the blood on her body. It was not every day that they could see such a seriously injured person running in public, and the content of her shout was even more appalling. The one on the stage isn't the Dragon King, but a demon. It wants to kill all of you and refine you into Ean's spirits. The crowd didn't really understand what to refine into a ghost meant, but they heard the first 3 sentences clearly. However, even though the wounds on this woman's body were frightening, her words were too shocking. For a moment, people only regarded her as a lunatic, and no one was willing to touch her. In this way, there was no one to stop her, and the woman actually rushed all the way down the stage. After that, he leaped up more than a dozen steps, pulled out a thin sword that was still stained with blood from his sleeve, and pounced straight at Li Yunxin, who was still casting a spell. The crowd below the stage immediately let out a burst of exclamations, as if there was a sudden storm. At first, they thought that she was a madwoman, but now that they saw her skills, she was clearly a kung fu master. The light of the sword went straight for her face. Li Yunxin didn't move, and only shouted, "Stop her!" As soon as he finished speaking, Sanhua, who was behind him, rushed forward, just like how he killed the 2 cultivators that night. With just one palm, he shattered the thin sword in the female Taoist's hand. Another palm went straight for the female Taoist's face. The raging flames in the air whistled, and it seemed that the female Taoist's head was about to be smashed into pieces. At this moment, Yunzi, who was standing on the side and watching coldly, shouted, "Stop!" Then, with a flash of golden light, he waved his sleeve and forcibly pulled the female Taoist, who was covered in blood, from the raging flames of Sanhua's palm to him. Sanhua made a sound of annoyance, but then she heard Li Yunxin shout in a low voice, "Enough. Step back." Dragon Lady stared at the female Taoist for a while with dissatisfaction, and then looked down the stage. The act of breaking the thin sword with one's bare hands was simply too exciting, and the crowd below the stage was watching with great interest. Seeing that the female Taoist was saved, there were still a few people who sighed, unsatisfied. Why didn't they continue fighting? But then they saw Yunzi help the female Taoist to stand steadily, and after looking up and down, he exclaimed, "Taoist friend Qing Fuzi? How come it's you?" "There's a change in the city." Qing Fuzi held his arm, looked at Li Yunxin, and gnashed his teeth. "This person is not the Dragon King, but a demon. They have refined a group of ghosts inside and outside the city of Wei, intending to turn the city of Wei into a land of death." Hearing this, Yunzi suddenly raised his head and looked at Li Yunxin. "Is this true?" Li Yunxin squinted at the two of them and finally finished the finishing stroke. As soon as the stroke was finished, a cold wind suddenly blew between heaven and earth. The wind did not blow from east to west, nor from west to east. Instead, it was like a whirlwind that rose from the ground, and no one could tell where it came from. Just like that, it flowed through the crowd and the city. And because of this wind, the originally gloomy rain clouds were pressed down even lower. It was as if one stood a little higher, they could touch the moisture in the sky with a stretch of their hands. The spiritual qi and the power of vow within the radius of 100 miles were finally affected by the finishing stroke and began to circulate in accordance with the weather. Li Yunxin finally let out a sigh of relief after this was done. He didn't care about the eyes of those people, and only stared at Qing Fuzi, who was beside Yunzi, for a while and pointed at her. "I didn't find you previously, and I thought you were killed by him. Now it seems that you have been put in an important position, and your acting is passable. Do you know what I'm waiting for? I'm waiting for you." He no longer used supernatural power to speak, and the people below the stage couldn't hear him. Instead, Yunzi frowned and shouted again with supernatural power, "So you're really a demon?" Li Yunxin suddenly laughed. "Save it. You want to act with me? I know what you're planning. You asked this woman to kidnap Shirquizi and then torture her to death. Today, you asked her to appear in front of me like this. Previously, when you said that you were a Daotong sublime being, I didn't deny it in public, and everyone knew your identity. Next, since you're an immortal, then it's easy to suspect whether I'm the demon that this woman identified. Then, as you said, my spell can't ask for rain. If I can't ask for rain, then you'll say that I'm really a demon. Then, if I can't control myself and kill this woman on the spot, then I'll have confirmed my reputation as a demon in public. The Taoist who killed Sindo's Taoist must not be a good person. But look, my spell has been completed. The spiritual qi and the power of vow inside and outside the city of Wei circulate endlessly. I'd like to know, what method do you have to make my spell lose its effectiveness? You could have just killed me. But if you do that, it'll be too boring for you. I guess from the first day I told you how I killed Qing Liangzi, you've been planning to use the same method on me." Yunzi looked at Li Yunxin, and suddenly a joyful smile appeared on his face. The happiest thing is to make a person's wish come to nothing when he's full of himself. Now, I actually experienced the feeling of joy that you mentioned. How do I make your spell lose its effectiveness? Kid, my Daodong has been passed down for thousands of years, and your school of painting has only been around for 2,000 years. Do you really think that there's no way to restrain your obscene painting techniques? Some people think that the art saint who was possessed by the devil has been killed, and the school of painting has been destroyed, and that there's no profound painting techniques in the world. Thus, no one is willing to study methods to restrain painting techniques. But I happen to dabble in this. As for this method, hee. Yunzi took a step forward and looked at Li Yunxin. Your spell is the finishing touch, and I have the same method. But he turned to look at Qing Fuzi. The eye of my spell is a human. It said that when the art saint was destroyed 1,000 years ago, the high-level cultivators suffered heavy casualties. That devil was extremely cunning, and it was very difficult to kill him with ordinary methods. Thus, an extremely talented cultivator thought of a method, and with this method, as well as the sacrifice of dozens of high-level cultivators, they finally defeated that devil. After that, because this method was too cruel, it was sealed away. If you want to know, it's a human sacrifice. Yunzi reached out and patted Qing Fuzi's shoulder. The female Taoist, who was covered in wounds, was immediately nailed to the ground by a powerful spiritual force, unable to move. She could only stare at the true state Taoist beside her, as if she understood something. You killed more than 20 people, and I killed more than 10. Yunzi looked at Qing Fuzi without a care, and said to himself, she said that there's someone in the city who refines ghosts, and it's true. Unfortunately, her knowledge is too limited, and it's not comparable to any ghosts. I want you to kill them, and I want their Reiki. I've already left talisman marks on their bodies. Once they die, their bodies are destroyed, and their ghosts are taken away, but their Reiki is left in place by me with a secret method. You killed more than 20 people in the city. It doesn't matter where they died or where their Reiki is left. The important thing is the more than 20 people outside the city. Yunzi reached out and pointed at Li Yunxin, drew a person on the land outside the city. Li Yunxin exclaimed in a low voice and knocked the folding fan in his hand. I thought that although you knew that I made a painting array, you couldn't see through it. Now, you actually know that I drew a person, then you really understand. That's right. Using the city of Wei and the land around it, and the original direction of the roads, rivers, forests, and fields, plus I added dozens of strokes in the name of building bridges and roads. I drew a person. Yunzi smiled. Now that your array is done, I can also feel the direction of the Reiki. It's leading the Reiki to the sky, and it's leading the turbid air to the sky. Yin and Yang collide, and it's going to turn into rain. Such a big array can bring rain, and those people's power of vow will increase greatly. But who are you going to give this power of vow to? Of course it's for myself. Such a good thing. Why should I give it to others? Li Yunxin said with a smile. Yunzi only thought that he said it in the spur of the moment and didn't care about it and didn't ask further. He patted Qing Fuzi's shoulder again. It's fine if you don't say. Then I'll tell you the finishing touch of my array. It's this person. In a while, I'll let you kill her in front of everyone, right here. Once she's dead, the eye of the array will be formed. The dozens of spiritual eyes formed by Reiki outside the city will draw the Reiki left behind by the 20 people you killed in the city. Then, with the help of the endless Reiki in your array, you'll refine them into Yin spirits. Yin spirits, not Yin spirits. Without any consciousness, they can't be hurt by ordinary methods. In other words, they can hurt you, but you can't touch them. The shape of the Qing Fuzi was borrowed from this method of refining Yin spirits, but it's slightly improved. As for you, once my array is completed, I'll force out the real body of the demon beside you in front of everyone. This thing, the power of vow, whether it's good or bad wishes, is like water being filled into a skin bag. Right now, tens of thousands of people in the city of Wei believe in you, whether it's the demon beside you or the demon that I don't know yet. Once those people see that you can't get rain, and you're not Dragon Son or Dragon King, their faith will collapse. The water in the skin bag will be sucked out in an instant, and then you'll suffer. Now, I'll become my array, and use the Reiki that you use to pray for rain to sacrifice my Yin spirits. When those ignorant people think you're liars, demons, Li Yunxin suddenly raised his hand, took a step forward, and smashed Qing Fuzi's head with his palm. Then, he wiped his eyes, waved his sleeves, and dispersed her ghost. When he did this, Yunzi was still talking, but his words were stuck in his throat because of his action. After a while, he frowned. Thank you for your patience and persuasion, but you may not know that villains die because they talk too much. You don't have the protagonist's halo. Li Yunxin put his folding fan back into his sleeves, amidst the panicked exclamations of the people below the stage. Then, he took 2 steps back, wiped away the mischievous expression on his face, and said seriously, "You said so much just to tell me that you watched me complete this array, but didn't say anything. Just to use the spiritual power of my array today, to complete your array to refine the Ean's spirits, and at the same time make me unable to manifest my divinity in rain. Then force me and the silly lady behind me to show their original forms, so that their power of faith will collapse. In this way, you first remove our foundation, then cut off our source of faith and refine your Ean spirits. It's really killing 3 birds with 1 stone. If you want me to kill her, just say it. Why do you have to be so long-winded? Now that I understand your plan, my heart finally calms down. Then Taoist Yun's Li Yunxin sighed. Do you realize that you're not right now? For example, why don't you try to activate your array and see what kind of magical effect it will have? Chapter 187. You're bluffing. After hearing his words, Yu Yunzi did not hesitate at all. He immediately pressed his hand down. A cloud of green gas appeared where Qing Fuzi died, and at the same time, he let out a sigh of relief. Then, the green gas shook slightly and turned into a slender human figure without facial features, with slender limbs and a short torso. Its head was like a green candle flame that was about to be extinguished in the wind. In just a breath's time, the human figure had grown to the height of 3 Li Yunxins. It stood shakily and looked down at the 2 of them. Yunzi took another step forward and growled. You think I don't know you have other tricks up your sleeves? But it's too late. He suddenly raised his hand high, his sleeves fluttering in the wind caused by the formation. Where is the gang god? As soon as he finished speaking, 36 green lights with black gas shot up from inside and outside the city of Wei, piercing the firmament. The people below the stage couldn't see this scene, but in the eyes of Li Yunxin, he was horrified. Originally, the sky was covered with heavy rain clouds. But now, the 36 Ean spirit gang god, formed by the spiritual qi of the dead Taoists, pierced into the clouds, and the rain clouds underwent a terrible change. In the eyes of cultivators, the clouds were no longer gray, but dark green. The wind between the heavens and the earth was no longer whistling. Instead, it was countless tiny shrill cries. Why did you kill me? You must take revenge. You died an unjust death. These are the words left behind by the cultivators before they were killed. The resentment of the nether spirits quickly seeped into the spiritual qi circulation in the formation drawn by Li Yunxin, like poisonous vines reaching into the human body along the blood vessels and meridians. And in a sense, what Li Yunxin drew was a person. The resentment of the nether spirits did enter the body of the person, but it was far from being able to completely occupy and erode the spiritual qi in the formation. After all, the spirit qi was based on the faith of tens of thousands of people. The faith of these people below the stage was the source of the spirit qi of the formation. Of course, Yunzi understood this. He used 2 breaths of time to say 2 sentences and do 2 things. Li Yunxin, on the other hand, seemed to have been frightened by this situation, and he also took 2 steps back. He stared at Yunzi, then looked at the confused people below the stage who had no idea what was happening. He pointed at the Taoist priest and shouted, "Impossible! The spiritual energy of this formation comes from the faith of the tens of thousands of people in the audience. As long as their faith is not extinguished, you can't do anything to my formation. You can't do anything to my array, but I can ask for rain. I've begged for rain, and there's nothing you can do unless you can." At this point, Li Yunxin suddenly stopped, as if he had thought of something terrifying and unbelievable. His gaze quickly shifted between Yunzi and the crowd below the stage, and he took another step back. You really want to kill them?" Yunzi laughed wildly in the wind that was getting stronger and stronger. "Ha ha ha! It's not me who will kill them. It's you and this demon who will kill them. When I slaughter all of you, and the people from Daodong come, besides me, who else can you trust?" He didn't use any magical power when he said this. But as soon as he finished, he immediately shouted in a serious and honest voice that could be heard by the tens of thousands of people. "What a bold demon! You dare to commit murder in front of I, and now you want to use the lives of the people in this city to practice your evil magic? How can I allow you to be so arrogant? After saying this, Yunzi waved his sleeve again, and the sky suddenly darkened. This time, the tens of thousands of people near the Dragon God Temple could see what Li Yunxin saw. Tens of thousands of people spread out on the ground, squeezing from Taoshi Road to Willow Street. Even such a large area was shrouded by the spiritual aura of a Taoist in the true realm. With his amazing magical power, Yunzi cut off half of the connection between Willow River Prefecture and this world. When passers-by outside this area looked in, they still saw the gloomy sky, the rain clouds that seemed to be within reach, and the people who were watching the Dragon God Temple from afar. However, once he stepped over the dividing line, he would never be able to get out again. What he would see would be dark clouds covering the sky, 36 towering pillars of greenish-black light between heaven and earth, and terrifying clouds that looked like poisonous clouds in the sky. His ears would be filled with resentful roars, the mournful wails in the wind, and the stuffy air that would pour into his body, making it difficult for him to breathe. Once he was frightened and wanted to escape, he would find that no matter how fast or how hard he ran, he would always be at the same place where he came in. The ordinary, stuffy, and mundane world outside was just within reach. But he couldn't escape. This kind of despair was even greater than the previous fear. Everyone's first reaction when they saw this scene was to escape. This scene, the words of the Taoist, and the intense fear that was derived from the Taoist's human aura urged them to escape. Escape with all their might. Thus, without any magical power or method, a terrifying death began to spread among the tens of thousands of people. Squeezing, trampling, fighting, and finally, people gathered at the boundary of this area. Wave after wave of people hoped to rush out, but their lives ended here. If one looked down from the sky, they would find that after a quarter of an hour, this area had almost turned black and red, and a circle of even more distinct bloodlines surrounded this azure field. Almost no one within the circle survived. Li Yunxin looked at all of this, dumbfounded. After a long while, he turned to look at Yunzi. This way, the chi of resentful spirits is enough. Yunzi raised his head slightly and let out a long breath. 1,000 years ago, this formation killed the art saint who was possessed by the devil. Now, I have recreated this formation. At that time, it was 108 profound realm cultivators that were refined into Een spirits. Now, I only use the 36 celestial stars to refine divine Een spirits. At this time, you should really understand what I mean. Do you really think that I came here for that Ling Kongzi, for that jade scroll of enlightenment? Yunzi turned and walked slowly to the edge of the platform, looking down at the blood and flesh on the ground. Some people did not die, but only suffered serious injuries. Some people saw that the situation was not good and hid in the houses, escaping the disaster. But such people were only 1 or 2 in 1,000 out of the tens of thousands, only a few hundred people. There was a dying person below the platform who saw Yunzi's figure and stretched out his hand with difficulty from the pool of blood, shouting for Sendo to save him. Yunzi looked at those people and sighed with a compassionate expression. He stretched out a finger and killed them one by one, as if he was crushing ants. While nodding, he said, "I want to stay in Wei City and hold power. Not only you, but that Long Ertzi's hatred is also not enough. Even if he's not injured, a profound realm demon is already a threat. Why should I stay here instead of getting rid of him? So he can't. The real opponent is that old thing, Lord Dongting. After Yunzi killed all the people below the stage, she didn't bother about the people hiding in the houses. He just put his hands behind his back and looked up at the green clouds in the sky, sighing in the strong wind. That old thing turned into a human 3,000 years ago and was imprisoned in Dongting 2,000 years ago. After Long Sun came out, people's eyes were fixed on Long Sun and those restless big demons. How could they know that Lord Dongting is the terrifying opponent who holds the greatest secret in this world? And because of that secret, he watched Chiwen die. My array is done, so I will use it to fight against that old thing. Let's see what he is guarding." Yunzi turned his back to Li Yunxin. He didn't care about him and that dragon lady at all. He had seen through all the opponent's plans. He also knew that there were 4 demons with him. Those 4 demons were outside the city. However, no matter what they were planning outside the city, it was nothing to worry about. Kuan Wuzi, the head of the Dongting Heaven, said that there were only 2 high-level cultivators in the kingdom of Qing. But in fact, there was a third one. Not counting Lin Liangzi of the Freemasonry, he had already invited a fellow cultivator a month ago. That was a Taoist master of the Kinzo named Tong Fengzi. His cultivation was unparalleled, and his sword qi could come and go freely from 100 miles away. Later, that Kinzo cultivator would go outside the city of Wei to clean up the 4 demons. It was really a waste of his talents, and then he would come and meet him in the city to plot against Lord Dongting. Moreover, his great array was done now. As he turned his back to Li Yunxin, he said these words unhurriedly. At the same time, he used his spiritual power to guide the soaring resentment of tens of thousands of dead people into the array that Li Yunxin had set up. He let his spiritual power run along the meridians of the array's spiritual qi flow, and let the resentment he guided slowly erode the spiritual qi in the array until it was completely replaced. Slowly, he realized that this array was really exquisite. The points and knots he set up were all decent and had the demeanor of a master. That Li Yunxin used the canals, roads, and various points to draw a person on the vast land of the city of Wei. Not only was it a human shape, but he also arranged the meridians within. This kind of technique and vision could be considered a genius of the present age. His array was getting stronger and stronger. Finally, in 6 breaths' time, it completely expelled the spiritual qi in the array that Li Yunxin had set up and used it for his own use. Now, the city of Wei and the land within 100 miles around it are all under the control of my array. Yunzi looked up to the sky and let out a long sigh. It is said that the art saint who was possessed by the devil was good at using arrays. Therefore, this nether spirit array is the array of Li and Tao Jiang, using resentment to replace spiritual qi. No matter how exquisite your array is, it will eventually become mine. I can command it like my own arm, and it will be easier than you to control it. This is the combination of the person and the array, and it will form its own territory. So now, Yunzi said as he slowly turned around. Turning was an effortless movement, but he stopped in the middle of it. After a moment of hesitation, he reached out his hand. A drop of rain fell on his palm. Then, he felt a slight chill on his forehead. Then he saw thousands of raindrops the size of beans falling from the sky in a white line. It was raining. This is the right time. You're a lucky kid. Yunzi snorted coldly and pointed to the sky. He shouted in a low voice, "Disperse." After this sound, the originally dark green clouds in the sky immediately rolled and dissipated. But what was revealed was not the sun and the azure sky, but the clouds were rolling like snakes of lightning, and the gloomier and heavier clouds. Yunzi was stunned, and his eyes widened. A thick bolt of lightning flashed through the clouds, and instantly illuminated his face. The true state cultivator finally sensed something unusual. He turned around abruptly and was stunned again. The person standing behind him was no longer the white-robed Li Yunxin. Instead, it was a tall demon god. His body was covered with pale green scales, and his neck was covered with a thick, snow-like mane. A pair of ferocious red horns stood upright, and his head was slightly lowered. With a cruel and mocking expression, he stared at him with a pair of golden eyes. And the dragon lady behind him was nowhere to be seen. "It's not the right time, idiot." The demon god stretched his back, and the scales on his body clanked, as if countless sharp blades were rubbing against each other. He seemed to have been restrained for a very long time, and endured for a very long time. Now he could finally do something freely, so even his tone, smile, and action seemed wild and arrogant. "That's me summoning the rain." As he spoke, he raised his left hand. In the center of his palm, a cloud and mist curled up, and in the cloud and mist, there were hair like tiny lightning bolts rolling. It It was as if the lightning and clouds in the sky had all shrunk into his palm. You are. The heavy rain had formed, and Yunzi's hair was drenched. But his wrinkle-free Taoist robe was not wet at all, which made him look very strange. He took 2 steps back, looked up at Li Yunxin, and said in disbelief, "You are really hatred? How is this possible?" No, no, no. You're not hatred. Listen carefully. This is something that will soon be known by the world, but you may not be able to wait until then. But since you have been playing with me these days, I will tell you in advance, so you won't be a muddled ghost. The demon god bent down slightly, so that he could stare into the eyes of the Taoist in the truth state. Hot white mist rose from his mouth and nose, and he said to Yunzi, "I am not hatred. I am the Wei River Dragon King, Li Yunxin. Today, after I kill you, a Daotong true state cultivator who has entered the evil path, and saved the people of Wei River, the world will know my name." Yunzi stared at him for a while, and suddenly became furious. A sense of humiliation and disappointment after his plan failed rushed into his head. Even with the cultivation of a Taoist enlightened master, he couldn't get rid of it completely, because his hard work for more than a month was dissolved just like that, by a demon. It's too early for you to be happy. His Taoist robe suddenly swelled up, and a shocking amount of spiritual qi filled his body. There were even bits of golden light dancing around his body. You are the Qi one of the transcendent state. I can kill you like killing an ant. Chapter 188. As soon as he finished speaking, Yunzi struck out with his palm. The bodies of cultivators were not as strong as those of demons and monsters. However, the difference was like heaven and earth when one stepped into the true realm. If a true realm cultivator's palm landed on the body, even the dragons, who were known for their strength, would be at a disadvantage. The two of them were so close to each other that the palm strike was unavoidable. Before he could see how the palm strike arrived, Yunzi's palm had already landed on Li Yunxin's waist. Then, Yunzi used this palm strike to fly up into the sky. When a cultivator stepped into the transcendent realm, they could fly in the sky. However, people like to have their feet on the ground. Flying in the sky was shocking, and it was not convenient at all times. But now, Yunzi realized that he seemed to have fallen into the opponent's trap. Even the platform under his feet made him feel uneasy. He was afraid that there was some hidden conspiracy. He thought that he was good at strategy, but now he encountered a strong opponent. When he was sure that he would win, the stronger the opponent, the more interesting it would be. However, once he became the one being played, he didn't have the mood to continue playing. Since he didn't have the mood to play, then he would use force to defeat 10. Right now, he didn't want to be distracted thinking about the various points that he couldn't figure out and the contradictions in his knowledge. He only wanted to use the realm of Daoist enlightened master and his Een spirit formation to directly kill that self-proclaimed Wei River Dragon King, Li Yunxin. Who cared if he was Li Yunxin or Dragon Sun Chi-One? Then he would slowly think about what went wrong. He flew straight up into the sky, and a magic brush that shone with golden light floated out from his sleeve. Daoist enlightened master operated his spiritual power, and his body suddenly shone with multicolored light, as if a real immortal had descended to the world. First, the mystic light mirror appeared behind him, protecting his back. Then, the mystic light mirror appeared from the mirror and formed a formation with swords in their hands. Some were glaring at him, some were laughing happily, some had a gloomy face, and some looked distressed. All kinds of love, tribulations he had gone through had been refined into this protective spirit child. Once the formation was complete, even a profound realm Taoist master would have to expend some effort to destroy it. This defensive technique was formed in a breath of time. Yunzi snorted coldly and waved his left hand in front of him. Immediately, a long golden scroll appeared in the void. It was thin and flexible, but it also pushed back the torrential rain, forming a golden shield of light. Then, Yunzi grabbed the magic brush in midair and glared at Li Yunxin. Little brat, today I will first chop you into a ghost, and then refine you into... On the other hand, Li Yunxin, who was lying on the ground, did not move at all after receiving his furious palm strike just now. In the heavy rain, he raised his head and watched as Yunzi laid out the array formation around him. When the golden ball was formed and Yunzi started to spout arrogant words, he laughed maniacally. "You want to kill me? Dream on." As soon as he shouted, the entire platform of the godly dragon temple turned into powder. In the midst of the smoke and water, a dragon with a blood horn, black scales, and a snow-white mane rose into the sky and pounced on Yunzi in midair. Yunzi was only 1,000 feet away from the ground. As soon as Li Yunxin showed his true form, his body expanded, and the dragon's kiss arrived in front of him. As the saying goes, the wind follows the tiger, and the clouds follow the dragon. As soon as his true form appeared, the heavy rain within 100 steps turned into thick clouds. The thunderous roars were deafening. Every time the iron scales on the dragon's body rubbed against each other, a thick, bright, and dazzling bolt of lightning would strike Yunzi's defensive formation. As soon as the dragon's kiss and the bolt of lightning arrived, the entire area in front of Yunzi immediately flashed with golden light. It was as if countless small suns were shattered between the two. For a moment, only the dazzling light and the bolt of lightning were left in the sky. When a Taoist master wrote a talisman, the Taoist law restriction within 3 steps in front of him was far more powerful than that of Ling Kongzi. However, even if the restriction was more than 100 times stronger than before, it was still useless in front of Li Yunxin's true form, because he was a dragon who had cut off all ties with this world. As soon as Yunzi wrote the 3 words, the dragon's body crashed into the spiritual children protective formation around the Taoist master. As soon as it crashed into the formation, it opened its mouth and bit. The giant mouth of the true form of Qi one could swallow Yunzi whole. However, as it bit down with the force of the wind and thunder, only half of the 36 spiritual children were swallowed in one bite. The other half of the spiritual children immediately split up and replenished the formation of the 36 spiritual children, allowing them to withstand the gigantic kiss. Although he had resisted Li Yunxin's fierce attack, Yunzi was greatly shocked. The 3-step barrier didn't work, putting aside the barrier of 3 steps. How could his protective spiritual child dipper formation be broken in half in just one move? At this time, this dragon son was only at the transcendent realm. Because of the battle just now, the power of wish of the people inside and outside the city had increased greatly. He had gathered the power of wish of hundreds of thousands of people to break into the peak of the transcendent realm. But he was still only at the transcendent realm, the formation that even a profound realm Taoist master had to spend some effort to break. How could it be so fragile? There was no time to think carefully. He quickly finished the last stroke on the cloud. The 3 words he wrote now were the same words that Ling Kongzi had used when he was facing the 9th young master who was rushing down from the sky that night. Calm the storm. That night, when the 3 words calm the storm were written, the wind and clouds immediately dispersed. Dragon Son's Qi Wen's 1,000 feet golden body instantly disappeared, and he fell straight to the ground. However, at this moment, when the 3 words were written, he looked at Li Yunxin's dragon body again. After the first attack failed, it immediately flew up into the sky, and then with the rolling thunder and lightning, it pounced down again. The Taoist spell also didn't work. Yunzi was stunned for a moment, and then he roared furiously, "What trick did you use?" Arrogant laughter came from the clouds and the heavy rain. "Wait until I tear you into pieces, then I will burn some joss paper for you to explain in detail." When the voice finished, the dragon body pounced again and hit Yunzi's protective formation. This time, half of the 36 spiritual children were swallowed again. Although the remaining 18 spiritual children were formed again, Yunzi could feel that the spiritual power in the formation was getting weaker and weaker, and it was going to be useless soon. On the other hand, The 300-meter-long dragon didn't linger on the battle. After it succeeded in its attack, it leaped forward. The iron armor on the dragon's body and its powerful tail struck out at the same time as it soared through the clouds, sending Yunzi and his defensive formation flying over 30 meters away in the air, causing him to be thrown into confusion. At this point, Yunzi's 3-steps barrier didn't work, and the Taoist spells and talismans didn't work. For some strange reason, the protective formation that he created couldn't be used to its full power. Originally, he still had the great Nether Spirit formation that Li Yunxin drew. However, at this moment, even the stupidest person knew that his plan was completely predicted by Li Yunxin. How could he dare to use the power of the great Nether Spirit formation? Although he wasn't hurt at all. But as a perfected Taoist, his pride and dignity as a perfected Taoist had been crushed by the abominable dragon's son. Being hit by the dragon's tail like a ball. How humiliating was that? Yunzi was so angry that he laughed. With a wave of his sleeve, the mystic light treasure mirror, the spiritual children formation, and the cloud scroll magic brush were all put into his sleeve. With a shake of his hand, a thin sword appeared out of nowhere. In the heavy rain and strong wind, he shouted angrily, "Today, I will use this green light in my palm to kill you, you evil creature. Also, I will let you know how the body of a human cultivator of the true state is compared to your body of a demon." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned into a green light and pounced at Li Yunxin. Yunzi was really angry and only wanted to fight head-on. That Li Yunxin didn't seem to be afraid. Instead, it seemed that he wanted to test whether his body at the peak of the transcendent state or that perfected Taoist body was stronger. The small green light and the dragon body collided, and there was a loud thunder in the thick clouds. The whole layer of clouds was illuminated by the light and turned into a golden color. It seemed that the sky was no longer a rain cloud, but a topaz that was about to collapse the city of Wei. Other people in the city of Wei looked up at the sky, but they didn't feel the danger at all. Yunzi's barrier separated tens of thousands of people from the city of Wei, and it helped Li Yunxin at this time. Those who were hiding in their homes because of the heavy rain naturally didn't know about the tragedy that happened on Taoshi Road and Willow Street. Now that he saw such a heavy rain, he immediately thought of the divine dragon cult. Then they thought of the rumor that Chi-Kissed Dragon Prince wanted to pray for rain, and then looked up at the sky. What they saw in the thick clouds was a golden light that was completely different from the usual lightning. The golden light was accompanied by an earth-shattering roar. It was as if a giant golden dragon was hovering and dancing in the clouds, bringing the long-awaited rain to the city of Wei and the fields outside the city of Wei. This was a real miracle. Such a miracle couldn't be dismissed by saying, maybe the Dragon King is calling for rain. Li Yunxin's power began to skyrocket. He was about to break through the peak of the transcendent state and reach the reality state. His real body and Yunzi's body fought for 6 rounds in the thick clouds, and then they quickly distanced themselves from each other. The green light in Yunzi's hand was already broken, and his hair was a little messy, but he still looked decent. He floated above the thick clouds below him. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled under his feet, while the clear blue sky surrounded him. The gray clouds were like an endless land. At this time, they not only shrouded the city of Wei, but also a large area of wilderness forest and wilderness mountain near the city of Wei. He was shocked. Dao Dong wanted to deal with demons, so he naturally had to understand them. As for the demon's body, at the same level, a human cultivator couldn't compare with a demon. But there was no comparison at all when it came to a higher level. However, this conclusion was for ordinary fiendish demons. There were only 10 dragons in the world, and it had been a long time since anyone fought with dragons. Until now, Yunzi realized that either his power was severely limited, or the dragon's body was even more powerful than Dao Dong's most daring assumption. He was a perfected cultivator, and he had been in this state for decades. He practiced Taoism to refine his body, but now he couldn't even kill a dragon son who was at the peak of transcendent state with 6 strikes. Yunzi let out a long sigh. and stared at the real body of Qi when opposite him. The dragon's body hovered above the clouds, but a pair of fierce golden eyes were staring at him. His snow-like mane was dyed golden. That was the result of his second strike. The green-light sword pierced below Dragon Sun's ear, which was supposed to be the most vulnerable part. But even so, the sword only managed to pierce halfway through before it was shattered by the retracted scales. That was a magical artifact known for its sharpness. There were 3 other wounds on Dragon Sun's real body, all of which oozed golden dragon blood. However, those 3 wounds did not seem to affect the giant beast at all. It was still preparing for the next round of attacks. Yunzi realized he couldn't fight anymore. Something was wrong. Because his pride was crushed, he was furious and wanted to kill him with his body. But now it seemed that fighting for 3 days and 3 nights might be able to kill Dragon Sun, but the opponent's plan wouldn't give him 3 days and 3 nights. The wisest choice was to run away immediately. That Dragon Sun couldn't hurt him, so he should go find that Kenzo true state cultivator. After the 2 of them met up, he would come back to take revenge. Having made up his mind, Yunzi shouted, "Good, good, good. Yue River Dragon King, Li Yunxin. I've underestimated you again and again before, causing me to suffer a great loss. Now that I can't kill you, I admit defeat. But I can't kill you, and you can't kill me. Remember today's matter. I won't forget it either. When I leave, I will come back to settle today's matter. At that time, let's see who's more brilliant. Today, your formation didn't kill me. I will let you know what is called failure at the last step." After saying this, he glared fiercely at the real body of Li Yunxin, turned around, and flew away. Li Yunxin, who was wrapped in clouds and mist, let out a burst of wild laughter. "You can't win and want to run? Idiot! Don't you know that no one who is targeted by me, Li Yunxin, can escape? From the day you walked into this city of Wei, don't think of walking out alive." Yunzi already vaguely understood the strange words that Li Yunxin said before. Villains die because they talk too much. So he didn't want to argue with him, and only sneered. "I'll let you have some advantage with words today. When I come here again, I will pull out your tendons and pull out your tongue. Go ahead and chase me. Let's see if you, a demon in the transcendent realm, can catch up with me." As a perfected immortal, he really shouldn't have said the last words. It was like a kid throwing a tantrum or a ruffian in a street fight. But at this time, he really needed this kind of advantage, even if it was just the advantage of escaping, to make himself feel better. But after saying this, he realized that he had made another mistake. Hearing Li Yunxin, who was wrapped in thick clouds and mist, once again laughed wildly. Then he let out an earth-shaking roar. "Where is Emperor Yi? If you don't come to help me now, when will you?" Chapter 189. The first word Yunzi thought of was Yi Emperor. To the north of the Qin Kingdom was the Yi Kingdom. It was a buffer between the Qin Kingdom and the Li Kingdom. But he quickly realized that Li Yunxin was not talking about Yi Emperor. He was talking about Yi Emperor. The kingdom before the Qin Kingdom was the Yi Kingdom. A long time ago, the Yi Kingdom was a powerful country in the world. The present Qin Kingdom and the Yi Kingdom were both Yi territories 1,300 years ago. However, 600 years ago, the Yi Kingdom had split into Bei and Nani. Presently, the Qin Kingdom had inherited the territory of Nani. Nani was known as the legitimate Yi Kingdom, while Bei had even changed its name. A terrifying thought flashed through his mind in an instant. His face immediately turned ashen, and he didn't even say a word as he plunged into the thick layer of clouds beneath his feet. The clouds were very thick. Lightning flashed and thunder roared. It was like hell. Yunzi was not afraid of the lightning. He shot down like a sharp arrow. Finally, he broke through the clouds and once again came into the pouring rain. He was still in the sky above the city of Wei. But, looking down from here, he could see the full view of the city of Wei shrouded in water vapor. And so, he saw what the people in the city of Wei could not see. The land of the city of Wei was boiling. It was like it had become sticky porridge. The houses and streets in the city were just illusions. Although the boiling land was an illusion and the houses and streets were real, Yunzi knew what could truly pose a threat to him. The tens of thousands of souls who had died in vain in front of the Dragon Temple were separated from this world because of his formation that forbade the fruit of fate. Thus, their souls were not taken away. At this moment, it seemed that Li Yunxin had dispelled his restriction. The tens of thousands of souls had been released. However, these tens of thousands were only a small portion. The entire city of Wei and the vast land outside the city were densely packed with souls. They were even denser than the raindrops falling from the sky. At this moment, this piece of land had almost become a ghost town. However, this was not what shocked Yunzi the most. The most unimaginable and terrifying spectacle was in the city of Wei. It was a ruined palace that had been destroyed by the flames of war hundreds of years ago. The appearance of the abandoned palace had changed. For hundreds of years, the palace had been sealed by the Taoist priest's evil warding formation, and the seal had been broken at some point in time. At this moment, in Yunzi's eyes, the collapsed palace walls were erected once again, and the decaying palace hall was restored to its original form. This was a grand building complex where the last emperor of Dai was buried. It was built with white bones, covered with living souls, and decorated with gloomy clouds and sorrowful wails. It had been restored. A tall, majestic, gloomy, and terrifying underworld palace appeared in the center of the city of Wei. In the center of the San Luo Palace, in the main hall of the Purple Gold Palace, stood a figure over 3 meters tall. He wore a crimson robe and a crown with a coiled dragon on his head. He was the Ghost Emperor. There were 2 Yin gods standing beside the Ghost Emperor. One of them looked like an old man. His hair and beard were long, but there was nothing special about him. The other one was a general in black armor riding a tall horse. He looked ferocious, and his armor was also ferocious. He was surrounded by gloomy black fog. On his burnt face, a pair of eyes shot out green light, and he looked majestic without being angry. Yu Yunzi sucked in a cold breath. This was really the Emperor Yi. However, the Yi dynasty had been destroyed for hundreds of years, and the last emperor of the Yi dynasty had also been dead for hundreds of years. How could his soul reappear in the world? And it was the body of the Ghost Emperor? Before he could think about it carefully, he saw the Ghost Emperor suddenly raise his head and stare at the thick clouds in the sky. His face was like melon skin, and his eyes were like copper bells. As he spoke, the ghost chi around him was overflowing violently, forcing the heavy rain in the sky to move 100 feet away. His voice was like a huge bell, and also like billions of creatures howling at the same time. I am LV Zhengyang, the Zhao Emperor of Dai. Today, a madman of Daotong slaughtered 36,114 people of Dai City. According to the law of Dai, he should be beheaded and executed immediately. Wei River Dragon King Li Yunxin. Today, I will help you kill this madman as promised. Fifth Bo Yu, the great general of the Golden Guards of Dai City, listen to my order. The general with the spear immediately turned his horse and ordered it to kneel in front of the Ghost Emperor. I am here. The Ghost Emperor stared at Yunzi in the sky and shouted angrily, send out the 1,000,000 ghost soldiers of Weidu and light the flags in all directions. Help the Wei River Dragon King to form the formation. The general of the Ghost Emperor shouted, yes. Then, he got up and galloped his horse through the heavy rain. He galloped along the wide middle road of the Purple Gold Palace toward the outside of the palace wall. The first one was still a man with a spear and a horse. But after galloping for 100 steps, there were ghosts forming in the void beside him and under the ground. They followed him closely like the personal guards of the general. When he galloped out of the gate of the palace wall, the ghosts that were stirring underground suddenly became restless and agitated. They looked ferocious and maintained their appearance when they were alive and dead. They wore different kinds of clothes and followed closely behind Fifth Bo Yu, roaring and rushing forward. The tall ghost of the general of the Ghost Emperor passed through the streets and alleys, passed through the trees, passed through the houses, and passed through the courtyard walls. He raised the spear in his hand and pointed it forward. He shouted sternly, "Where is the dragon martial army of Day City?" He couldn't hear or see clearly who responded to him. Those ghosts were emitting a misty green light, and their bodies were almost transparent. They crowded behind him, so he couldn't see clearly. But indeed, after he shouted, a group of ghosts scattered everywhere let out ghost-like wails and wolf-like howls. It was as if they had been waiting for this moment for hundreds of years. After this roar, the ghosts that responded to him gathered in one place. Naturally, they couldn't see clearly in the sea of dead souls. But Yunzi, who was in the sky, could see clearly. Those spirits that had lost all rationality and were only left with their obsessions spontaneously gathered in one place, forming a loose and scattered group. But it was a real military formation, the military formation that protected the last capital of the Yi dynasty and the last emperor hundreds of years ago. The Ghost Emperor shouted again, "Where is the Dingxiang army of Day City?" Another group of Yin ghosts returned to him, and they gathered more ghosts around him. The Ghost Emperor galloped around the city of Wei and shouted, "Dragon martial army, Dingxiang, eagle ascending, white cavalry, magic stratagem, tiger valiant, left Ling, right Wu, left Xiao, and right guard." When he rushed to the Chongyang Gate in the south of the city of Wei, there were actually 10 legions and millions of ghost soldiers behind him. At first, the army was still in a loose formation. In fact, there were no more than 100,000 ghosts that belonged to the Yi dynasty hundreds of years ago. However, under the command of the Ghost General, the ghosts of the Yi army emitted a murderous aura that soared into the sky. It suppressed the hundreds of thousands of ghosts that came out of nowhere and caused them to shiver. All of them were dragged into the formation by the Ghost Army. Once the formation of millions of ghost soldiers was formed, the faces of the ghost soldiers became more and more blurred. In the end, they gradually turned into the generals, captains, flags of the 3 armies, and even 10 huge black cloud flags fluttering in the heavy rain. The Ghost Emperor mounted his horse in front of the Chongyang Gate and looked up to the sky. Soon, he heard the cries from the city of Wei gradually getting louder and louder, and finally spread to the whole city. It was not the cries of the ghosts, but the voices of the hundreds of thousands of residents in the city. The million ghost army was invisible. But the strong, murderous aura would always be noticed by the people in the world of the living. For example, the chickens and dogs in the house, the snakes and rats running around, and even immortals who were born with the yin and yang eyes could see the ghost soldiers passing through. It was terrifying. Because of these abnormalities, most people were afraid that there would be an earthquake on this rainy day, so they rushed out of their houses in the heavy rain. However, when they rushed out of the house, it was the time when the millions of nether soldiers formed into an army. It was also the time when the Wei River Dragon King rushed out of the thick, dark clouds and the intersecting lightning. For the first time, the people saw the dragon with incomparable clarity, even if it was not Shinryu, who knew what Shinryu really looked like. And the huge dragon that was circling and dancing in the sky had a snow-white mane, a pair of crimson horns, and 2 long whiskers that were winding around its body, emitting golden light. It was so huge that people who were like ants on the ground could still see its figure in the heavy rain. The power of faith burst out like a landslide and a tsunami. In Yunzi's life, he had never been in a daze for such a long time, a full quarter of an hour. He saw the Ghost Emperor appear. The ghost soldiers formed into an array, and the hundreds of thousands of people filling the streets of the city of Wei. He saw Dragon's sun in the sky and let out an earth-shattering shout. He realized that he had lost completely. He did not even know which part was planned by Li Yunxin, which part was good luck, and which part was made up for by him. But he only knew that everything was interlinked and flawless. Everything he had plotted and schemed against was a part of the other party's plan. He turned to look at Li Yunxin and shouted crazily, "How dare you show your power in front of hundreds of thousands of people? If I doubt I'll know about this, I will kill you. Your end is near." The dragon body wrapped in clouds and mist roared at the sky, and the sound could be heard for hundreds of miles. With this roar, the body of the dragon, which was originally 100 feet long, suddenly expanded. It jumped to 2,000 feet, and with another turn, it had stretched to 3,000 feet. And at this moment, Yunzi was really like a little ant standing in front of a person. The lightning reflected the 3,000 feet long dragon body with a cold light. This way, River Dragon King grinned coldly, and his voice shook the heaven and earth, and everyone could hear it clearly. You evil maniac! You fled to the city of Wei, slaughtered 30,000 people in the city of Wei, and refined your evil array. Wei River Dragon King, protect this place, and protect the peace of this place. Now that you are so arrogant and evil, I have to show my true form to eliminate the evil for the people. What do you think Dao Dong has to say? Yunzi realized what the other party was doing, just like what he did on the high platform. He immediately used his supernatural power and shouted, "It is obviously you." But he only said 4 words. He found that he could not use his supernatural power. Previously, it was only the barrier of 3 steps that did not work. Then, it was his lack of strength, and his Dao was also ineffective. Now, he could not even transmit his voice from 100 miles away. The other party's restriction on his power was getting stronger and stronger. He was shocked, and at this moment, he only wanted to escape from this place. He did not say anything more, and turned around to leave. But this time, the huge dragon behind him chased after him and did not let go of his trace. Yunzi realized in despair. That Wei River Dragon King had actually advanced to the true state with the help of the power of wishes of the hundreds of thousands of people. This despair finally crushed Yunzi's heart. He looked down. He saw that the millions of nether soldiers had already divided into 10 groups and were heading to all directions of the city of Wei. But he did not know what they were going to do. He looked back. The huge beast bell-like I was as big as a big house, and his usually sturdy body was not even as tall as one of the fangs in the beast's mouth. As a true state Taoist, he could only use his mystic enlightenment Tao, but he could not use it. The opponent's strange array had completely restricted him, and he did not even know how it was done. Originally, he could still use the strong body of a true state cultivator, but now, that dragon son had also entered the true state. How could the body of a human cultivator compare to that of a demon? If he did not deliberately want to play with this Li Yunxin, if he listened to Lin Liangzi's advice, before he had completed his preparations, a true talisman could have killed him. Yunzi was angry and annoyed, and he looked up to the sky and let out a blood-curdling roar. After this roar, the true state cultivator finally saw the reality and decided to cut off his wrist. However, it was not only his wrist that was going to be cut off, but also his body. Once a cultivator entered the true state, he was called immortal. This immortal did not refer to the body, but to the soul. When the body of a Taoist was destroyed, the soul would be damaged, just like a normal person, and only the soul would be left. But a Taoist Tao was profound, and at the moment of becoming a ghost, he could retain a trace of consciousness. After becoming a ghost, although his cultivation was greatly reduced, and he had an obsession, he was still an immortal Taoist. Even if that Black Bai Yanjun came personally, it would take him a lot of effort to lure them away. And that Black Bai Yanjun was not a person who liked to cause trouble. If there was no special need, he would not pester the soul of a Taoist. This known world had more than 1 billion people, but there were only a few hundred Taoists, not to mention the number of Taoists who died a violent death. Therefore, after Yunzi roared, he turned around and used all his strength to pounce on the huge beast. In the sky, in the curtain of rain, a long bright line suddenly appeared, and then this bright line crashed into the head of the huge dragon with a rumble. But the result was already within his expectations. The Qi-Wen giant beast only needed to bite fiercely, and its sharp teeth, wrapped in lightning, immediately bit the body of the Taoist into a mist of blood. As soon as Yunzi's body was destroyed, the ghost immediately escaped. Li Yunxin suddenly shook his head, and his 2 long whiskers were like 2 electric whips, lashing at the ghost. but it actually passed through the body. He roared again, and the 9 heavens thunderfire that had once destroyed the soul of the messenger of death condensed in the clouds. But he was still unharmed. At this time, after the 2 attacks did not succeed, Yunzi's ghost calmed down. The ghost suddenly stopped in mid-air, turned his face and stared at Li Yunxin, and shouted sternly, "Do you know that the soul of a Taoist is immortal? Today, my body has been destroyed, and there is no hope for me to cultivate. But I will definitely return to Daodong and explain everything today. I want you to accompany me in death. Accompany me in death. Accompany me in death. Accompany me in death." In the end, the huge dragon also stopped pursuing. He coiled his body in the clouds and mist, the snake's body and head erect, and lightning curled around his body. He stared at the small human ghost in front of him that was like a speck of dust. After a moment of silence, he let out a pleased and cruel laugh. "You think that at this step, I have already calculated everything, and there is no other way. Oh, back then you also thought that I had already calculated everything in building bridges, roads, and canals, and was at my wit's end. Idiot! Can't you learn your lesson? I have endured humiliation for 2 months, done so many things in the city of Weishui, and arranged so many things. Do you think I only wanted to destroy your body?" Li Yunxin roared. "This is just the beginning. Stupid Taoist. Hee. Destroying your body was originally the most difficult step, and now you idiot, have actually done it for me." Then at this time, the huge dragon lowered his head and suddenly leaned close to Yunzi, revealing a mouth full of fangs, and laughed sinisterly. "I'm really starting to kill you." Chapter 190. Such cruel and gloomy words were squeezed out from the beast's mouth, but Yunzi didn't dare to respond with a sneer, because he had now realized that anything this terrifying enemy said might not be a threat. Although he didn't know how Long Sun, who had just entered the true state, could kill the soul of a Taoist master, but he knew that just half an hour ago, something even more impossible had happened. This Li Yunxin, under his nose, set up such a plan that he completely didn't know. With his original cultivation level, he destroyed the body of a Taoist master who had cultivated for decades. In his known history, such a thing had never happened. He finally learned his lesson and learned to be obedient. But it didn't mean that he would give in. The path of cultivation was full of difficulties and obstacles. If he lost his soul and knelt down to beg for mercy, he would never reach the Taoist master level. Yunzi's soul raised his eyebrows. His expression and appearance were almost the same as when he was alive, but it was obvious that he was more irritable than when he was alive, because the obsession of revenge had affected his mind. He was almost an ordinary person. "It's not over." The ghost gritted his teeth and said, "There is still a Taoist master in Kenzo. He will bring the news out. I don't believe that you can kill a second Taoist master. Daodong will not believe the nonsense of a cunning demon." The ghost's eyes turned and suddenly laughed. "I will become a martyr. Daotong will not rest until you die. What method did you use to take over that Long Sun?" Hee. Daodong will think that you are a demon, and that demon, that dragons, will seek revenge on you. You will never have peace." "Oh." Long Sun nodded slightly. Compared to the ghost of the Taoist priest, his head was so huge that when he nodded, the cloud and mist surged up like a roaring wave and drowned the ghost. After 2 breaths, the cloud and mist receded, and the ghost was surrounded by wisps of white smoke, as if it had just emerged from the tide. "Killing a perfected one is indeed my limit," Li Yunxin said in a happy but serious tone. "From the first day you came to the city of Wei, I've been thinking about how to get rid of you. Fortunately, you're a smart person and aren't willing to use pure violence to solve the problem. That's how we ended up in this situation. A true master of the Kenzo. Indeed, it's not easy for me to make a move against him. That's because I learned a little about Daodong's tactics from Lu Ling, so I could deal with you. Kenzo, this prince is not very familiar with it." However, the godly beast's huge golden eyes turned, and he suddenly laughed evilly. "But do you think I don't have any helpers?" Seeing his smug expression, The ghost seemed to become angrier and more irritable. He pointed at the city of Wei. That ghost emperor? Humph, just a true state cultivator, and a ghost emperor at that. He was not a match for a true Kinzo cultivator. Even with you, that Kinzo will be able to escape. Idiot! Li Yunxin snorted coldly, his voice like muffled thunder. Look outside the city of Wei, 30 miles to the north of the Wild Mountain, and see what you see. The ghost got his advice and didn't ask how he knew the situation over there. He just used his eyesight to look over there. Then he suddenly opened his eyes wide. Outside the city of Wei, 30 miles to the Wild Mountain, it was drizzling. This place was already outside the city of Wei, and the wildfire 2 months ago did not affect this area. The rain clouds over the city of Wei, 100 miles away, brought the remaining rain to this place. But what came was not the heavy rain, but the refreshing drizzle of a cow's hair. Some people would go out with oil paper umbrellas in such weather, or simply experience the pleasure of the drizzle soaking their skin. But there was one person who didn't seem to like rainy days at all, and even more disliked being wet. A girl in white with her hair tied loosely behind her head and a plain wooden hairpin was standing in a wooden post pavilion by the roadside. But her little donkey with shiny fur was standing in the rain on the other side of the road, eating the tender grass covered with fine water droplets. It seemed very happy. The roof of the post pavilion was covered with green vines, and the walls were covered with moss. The drizzle slowly formed puddles on the muddy ground outside the pavilion, and the puddles extended into thin streams, soaking the ground in the pavilion. But the water was afraid of the girl. It avoided her. Bai Yunxin held the reins in her hands. Together with the little black donkey on the other side of the road, they drew a line on the road. She silently looked into the distance. There were verdant light green mountains, winding muddy roads, and wild grass with flourishing little flowers on the roadside. In the sky behind her, the muffled thunder rolled and the golden light shone, but she ignored it. She even looked a little angry. She stood like this in silence for a long time, until the thunder and lightning finally subsided, until she felt the terrible aura of the netherworld 100 miles away, and finally frowned. It stinks. And at this time, the person she was waiting for finally came. It was a swordsman. He stepped on his flying sword and flew through the air. He turned into a stream of light that pierced through the sky, leaving a long trail of clouds high in the sky. But the trail of clouds suddenly stopped at the post pavilion on the road. The swordsman in the sky disappeared. In the next moment, a young man with a sword on his back walked out from the wild grass by the roadside and even picked a white flower to put in his Taoist bun. He looked young and handsome, as if he was in his teens. But Taoists also had ways to maintain their appearance, and no one would really think that a Taoist master was only in his teens. This Taoist master, Kinzo Taoist master, Tong Fengzi smiled as he walked to the post pavilion and stopped in front of the reins that blocked the road. He looked at Bai Yunxin and then at the little black donkey. Then he stretched out a finger and flicked the reins. The water droplets on the reins were flicked off by him. Then he heard the girl in white use a clear yet soft voice, like the cry of a crane, to softly say 3 words to him in such a romantic and wonderful weather. Cross the line, Dai. The young swordsman blinked and spread out his hands awkwardly. Miss Bai, I was entrusted by someone. Bai Yunxin slowly raised her head and looked at him. A pair of black and white eyes suddenly turned pure black. The swordsman hurriedly took 3 steps back and said, Okay. Don't be angry, I won't go. As he spoke, he looked up at the sky above the city of Wei. After a while, he squinted his eyes. It seems that there is nothing to take. Then he cupped his hands towards someone in the sky and said with a mischievous smile, as if he was begging for mercy, I'm sorry. Bai Yunxin did not look at him. She still stood silently in the post pavilion. But the swordsman did not leave. The swordsman stared at the girl for a while, but she did not respond. Until the swordsman's hair was soaked by the rain, he scratched his neck. Miss Bai, I heard that your feather coat has fallen into the hands of the Lord Dongting. Bai Yunxin turned her head to look at him, expressionless, and suddenly smiled. Why? Do you want my feather coat? The swordsman hurriedly waved his hand. Of course not. We all know that Miss Bai said 1,000 years ago, whoever can take the feather coat away from you. Well, alas, I don't want to take your feather coat away from you. But you don't like it. You will catch up with me and tear me apart. The smile on Bai Yunxin's face suddenly disappeared, and she became calm again. Then get out. The swordsman still did not leave. He just smiled mischievously. Ah, then who is so important this time that Miss Bai is here? Before he finished his words, the girl suddenly turned hostile. Without any warning, she suddenly raised her hand. There was a sharp buzzing sound in the void, and a row of feather-shaped shadows rushed towards the swordsman along with her big sleeves. Tong Fengzi's face immediately changed. Without any movement, the flying sword behind him leaped out with a swoosh and shielded his body, taking a solid hit. Just one blow, and he was sent flying. The swordsman, with rolling airwaves, sparks, and amazing spiritual energy fluctuations, was sent flying from the front of the post house to the faint green mountains far away. After a long time, only then did the broken tip of the sword whizzed over and landed on the barren mountain. In an instant, more than 200 meters high mountaintop was shaved off, and Yunzi's ghost witnessed all this. Your reinforcement is a smart person. Li Yunxin sneered. The ghost's green face turned black. He stared at Bai Yunxin for a while, and then stared at Li Yunxin. That witch? Why would she help you? What did you do in private? Ah, I'm so angry. His anger made his body swell up slowly, like a middle-aged man who was getting fat. What's wrong with Emperor Yi? What the hell? Ah, you wish. I tell you, do you think you can sit back and relax after driving him away? That coward is just an enlightened immortal. The great master of Langia, Cave Heaven. Do you know that great master? The great master of Langia, Cave Heaven, who has reached the mysterious realm. Kuan Wuzi. Kuan Wuzi, who is about to enter the mysterious realm, is also here. It's only 1,000 miles away from the city of Wei. When he comes, hee ha ha ha, humph, 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 you can't escape. He will know everything. Humph, ha ha ha. Li Yunxin slowly raised his head. If he was still in his human form, he would find that he was frowning and a little surprised. In just a few minutes, the tone of Yun Zi's ghost became more and more familiar. It reminded him of Sanhua. This ghost's reason was disappearing quickly. Li Yunxin wasn't sure if it was because her array had restricted his Dao technique, causing him to be unable to maintain his consciousness. This wasn't a good sign and wasn't part of his plan. What he needed was a soul of an immortal who was stubborn and unreasonable, but still had consciousness and could remember many things, not a muddle-headed ghost. Right at this moment, when Li Yunxin was about to do something, a figure quickly formed in the rain. The rainwater gathered and formed the silhouette of a middle-aged man. The silhouette was filled with colors and became lively. After a breath, the human figure was completely plump, and the sleeves of his robe fluttered in the wind. The newcomer wore a purple gold crown with 8 treasures and a robe with flowing clouds. He had a long beard, a high nose, and phoenix eyes. He was a rare handsome man. As soon as Yunzi's soul saw this person, he immediately began to yell. Great Master! The demeanor and calmness of a Taoist enlightened master was gone. He looked like a spoiled child. He was so happy that he danced and even wanted to give the other person a hug. But he was a ghost. The Taoist in front of him, who was only 1 level away from the peak of the profound realm, was just a clone made from rainwater. So the two of them crossed each other and didn't hug each other. But the ghost's joy didn't decrease. He suddenly turned his head to look at Li Yunxin. His face showed a cruel and resentful expression. Great Master, kill him, kill him. Avenge me. I'm the great master of Daodong's Langya cave, Kuan Wuzi, who was at the peak of the profound realm, slightly raised his hand and pressed down. The ghost was immediately frozen in place and couldn't move. He knew that the great master was very dissatisfied. Even if he had a lot of things to say, he could only stay silent for the time being. The profound realm Taoist carefully looked at the mountain-like giant beast not far away. After looking for a while, he raised his hand and bowed. He asked politely, "Why did Wei River Dragon King kill my Daotong cultivators?" The clouds and mist suddenly completely wrapped around the mythological beast. A moment later, the clouds and mist dispersed. Li Yuanxin revealed his true appearance. He transformed into a white robe. His clothes were simple, but not shabby. The robe fluttered in the wind. No matter his appearance or aura, he didn't seem to be at a disadvantage. "I am Li Yuanxin, also Wei River Dragon King." He looked at Kuan Wuzi and said in a deep voice, "Great Master, have you heard of the name Li Yuanxin? I heard that Ling died in your hands." "Of course I have heard of it." Li Yuanxin was slightly stunned. He quickly glanced at Yin Zi's ghost. The ghost seemed very uneasy. He immediately speculated based on the limited details in his mind. Finally, he came to an unexpected conclusion. Ling Kongzi knew his true identity. Yin Zi also knew his true identity. But this great master, the master of the heavenly grotto, actually didn't know. Strange. But now wasn't the time to think about this. He had to probe this profound realm Taoist's actual strength. Great mastery, profound realm. Then we have something to talk about. He temporarily buried the doubts in his mind. He stretched out his hand, and a folding fan appeared in his palm. But this bamboo fan was no longer made of white paper. There was a painting of mountains and rivers on the surface of the fan. When Yunzi walked out of the profound light treasure mirror for the first time, Li Yuanxin had drawn this painting on the rattan chair. Then he wiped the surface of the fan. A clear light appeared in his hand. He flipped his wrist again. He frowned and thought for a while. Then he shouted, "Appear!" The wisp of clarity immediately expanded, turning into a round top and a dazzling golden moon halo. Then this moon halo floated in the air. Li Yuanxin stepped on it. Then he took out a rattan chair from his folding fan and sat on it. Only then did he heave a sigh comfortably and reveal a smile. "After all, I've just entered the real state, and I can't compare to the two old drivers. It's still difficult for me to fly. This is too presumptuous." Yin Zi's ghost stared at the moon halo under Li Yuanxin for a while. Finally, he couldn't help but shout, "Is that my profound light treasure mirror? How can you command it?" Chapter 191. Li Yuanxin looked at Yin Zi and shook his head regretfully. A good Taoist became a retarded child. I really feel sorry for him. Kuan Wuzi slightly lowered his eyelids, and Yin Zi stopped screaming. Then he looked at Li Yuanxin. "Why does Dragon King feel sorry for him? You were also the one who destroyed his physical body. Because he came to the city of Wei to kill people." Li Yuanxin pointed at Yin Zi's ghost with his folding fan. "Of course, we are all adults, and some things are not clear. But in general, you're the ones who offended me from the beginning. Miss Lu of the Gui Cave found me and asked me to go up the mountain with her. Of course I didn't want to, so she wanted to kill me, so I had to kill her. Then this gentleman came to the city of Wei and wanted to get involved in the muddy water. He even had some bad thoughts in his heart, so I had to kill him too. In fact, it is so simple." Kuan Wuzi nodded, "So Dragon King is not wrong." Yin Zi shouted, "This man is not Dragon King. That Chi-Wen is already dead. But Li Yuanxin and Kuan Wuzi didn't care about him. Li Yuanxin smiled. "I didn't go all the way to the Gui Cave to make trouble, but two big things happened in the city of Wei. One time, half of the Taoshi Road was destroyed and half of the Wilderness Mountain was burned. The other time is now. If you were here just now, you would have seen a lot of dead souls. Yunzi killed tens of thousands of innocent people. I know the first commandment of cultivators. He deserves to die." Kuan Wuzi looked at the ground under his feet. There used to be a Shuraba in the city of Wei, but the heavy rain had washed away the blood and flesh. However, the blood of tens of thousands of people was not so easy to clean. From the sky, some parts of the city of Wei were still pink, but he couldn't see the ghosts anymore. The banners and the millions of Yin soldiers had scattered in all directions, but they had all vanished without a trace by now. This was also one of the things he was afraid of. He could sense the intense resentment in the air, even from 1,000 miles away. But now that his avatar had arrived, the Een soldiers were nowhere to be seen. But it did not disappear without a trace. There were always traces to follow. Kuan Wuzi could sense that the millions of Een soldiers were still around, but he simply couldn't locate them. He was a spiritual master who had reached the mysterious realm. The profound realm Taoist master smiled and said, "How do you know it wasn't Dragon King who killed them?" After all, Tongfu was an enlightened Taoist master. He would not easily violate this rule. After all, the Dragon King is a demon. Li Yunxin realized that the word same application was probably used by Yunzi in the secular world. Kuan Wuzi sighed softly. Previously, I had a conversation with my friend from 1,000 miles away. I know that Dragon King was only at the state of transcendent. Now that the Dragon King is a perfected master, Tongfu almost lost his mind. It can be seen that the Dragon King spent a lot of effort to destroy his body. Until now, the land around the city of Wei is still a hidden array. I'm ashamed that I can't see through it. I'm just saying that the Dragon King is a demon, and so is Emperor Yi. The two demons killed a cultivator of Dao Tong, and many people died in the city. Moreover, the Dragon King needed the resentment of the Een soldiers to form the array. Kuan Wuzi smiled faintly. I think that the Dragon King killed them. Dao Tong will probably think so too. Li Yunxin looked at him and was extremely surprised. You are pushing the blame to others. That is not the truth. Kuan Wuzi shook his head and smiled. It's not what the Dragon King thinks. I mean that he killed people, or looked like he killed people, or even Tongfu. But the one who made Tongfu reach this stage was actually the Dragon King. Can the Dragon King say that Tongfu killed tens of thousands of people wasn't part of your plan? Li Yunxin stared at Kuan Wuzi for a while, and the surprise on his face faded away. Then he smiled. Oh, that's what you mean. His head is his own. His body is also his own. I didn't use a knife to force him. You were a human in the past, right? But what method did you use to possess Dragon Son? Kuan Wuzi said indifferently, as if he wasn't surprised by this. Because he had experienced too much. After experiencing too much, he realized that he knew too little. Thus, he knew that there were many strange things in the world, and there was no need to be surprised by everything. This seemed to be the opposite of Yun Zi's confidence. You possessed Dragon Son and became the Dragon King, but it should still be the human heart. Since it is the human heart, you can still use the lives of tens of thousands of innocent people to plot against a cultivator. Li Yunxin, you are indeed a demon. My head is on your shoulder. You can think whatever you want. Li Yunxin sighed and sat up straight. Kuan Wuzi smiled. In the future, people will think so too. You want to kill me? Yes, but I won't act rashly for the time being. Kuan Wuzi raised his hand and twirled his beard. I only need this incarnation to kill you. It won't take much effort, but you seem to have a lot of secrets, and I want to know them. But if I kill you, I can't guarantee that your divine soul won't be damaged, and you might not remember so much. Besides, you are a real person, but I will bring Tongfu's soul back to the sect. What he said is probably the truth. On this point, I can't compare to the demons. Dragon King probably won't understand that Dao Tong is the righteous path of the world, and it needs some facts and evidence. It can't just be said by, I understand this point. Li Yunxin snorted coldly. Many individuals who don't really care about order and justice gather together, but they have no choice but to care and be restrained, on the whole. Because if they don't do this, these individuals will fight among themselves and kill themselves. This is a very interesting phenomenon. Kuan Wuzi was stunned for a moment, and then he smiled sincerely. Dragon King's words are also very interesting, and it sounds reasonable. Indeed. Thus, when Dao Tong confirms the evil deeds of Dragon King in Wei River, we will most likely not be restrained like Tongfu when we act then. There are some unwritten rules between Dao Tong and demons. Not killing a real person is one of them. After saying this, Kuan Wuzi paused for a while. Looking at Li Yunxin, he couldn't help but smile. as if he felt that Li Yunxin was indeed an interesting demon. So he added, "Even if you want to kill him, you have to do it cleanly and smoothly. If Dragon King can't destroy Tongfu's soul today, then it won't be cleanly and smoothly enough." Li Yunxin was silent for a while, and then he frowned. "You mean," he asked tentatively, "you mean actually killing Yunzi isn't a big deal, as long as he's dead and there's no evidence, because there are some unwritten rules between demons and Daotong. So if there's no excuse, we can only suffer in silence?" Kun Wuzi laughed. "Dragon King can think of it this way too. But the reason why we don't kill a real person is because this kind of thing is very difficult to clean up. The soul of a real person is extremely difficult to destroy. At that time, Dragon King can make up a lie, and Tongfu can confront Dragon King. Who will Dragon King say is in the right? Naturally, Daotong is in the right." Kun Wuzi stopped laughing and looked at Li Yunxin coldly, because Daotong is stronger than demons. So, the reason is on Daotong's side. So, I will naturally take revenge for Tongfu. But I'm not in a hurry. Li Yunxin sat on a rattan chair, and under the rattan chair was the profound light treasure mirror. His body was surrounded by clouds, and under the clear light of the profound light treasure mirror was a faint golden color. This made him look like a god sitting on a throne high in the clouds, just that this god was being threatened by the incarnation of another god. He frowned slightly and leaned on the armrest of the rattan chair, holding his chin, and pondered for a while. Then he sighed. "Then, what you said just now, I want to sum it up. Actually, I just want to say one thing. No matter why your people offended me, you can only blame me for killing them. Now, your clone is standing in front of me, and I can't do anything to Yunzi's soul. So, you brought him back, and you have a legitimate reason to deal with me. And you can also answer to the demons. Anyway, you're strong, and you're in the right." Kun Wuzi didn't want to answer him, and he didn't even bother to smile. He stretched out his hand, and the sleeve of his robe became extremely big. It looked like it was going to sweep Yunzi's soul into it. At this moment, he heard Li Yunxin say, "I advise you not to do this." Wei River Dragon King stood up, and the expression on his face was no longer calm, but cold. "I was hoping that there would be a few reasonable people in Daotong, but I'm very disappointed." He waved his hand and put away the rattan chair. Standing on the profound light treasure mirror, he was surrounded by layers of clouds. "And sometimes, your senses might not be as sharp as that of your Tongfu. You only created a clone, and you said that you're not in a hurry. It can be seen that you're a cautious person. You think that even if I'm in the true state, I can still injure your real body with the formation I set up in Wei City. Unfortunately, you guessed wrong. This formation has nothing to do with you. It's just used to deal with him." Li Yunxin pointed at Yunzi's soul. Kun Wuzi frowned. "I won't kill you today, but don't think that you have something to rely on. This formation of yours, what do you know?" Li Yunxin laughed, and at the same time, pointed at the profound light treasure mirror below him. "Do you know why I can use this thing? Now, if I'm willing, I can even summon his 36 Tian Gang spiritual children formation. When his body was destroyed, I took away his magic treasures, and the reason why I can control them freely is because even his soul is mine, so how can his magic treasures not be mine? You want to bring him back to Daotong to look for his parents? My friend, you must be dreaming." Li Yunxin suddenly stopped smiling and squinted his eyes. He opened his folding fan and casually took out Yunzi's magic brush and quickly drew a line on a landscape on the fan. Kun Wuzi saw it clearly. He had drawn out a child from the landscape. Once this was done, heaven and earth shook. Kun Wuzi had already felt the surging resentment in this place. But when he arrived, the million soldiers that had spread out in all directions had already disappeared without a trace. He couldn't find the traces of those soldiers, but he could feel their existence. At this moment, he finally knew where those soldiers went. They, a million soldiers, were all refined into resentment and spiritual power and scattered around Wei City. Even Kun Wuzi couldn't kill a million soldiers in such a short time. Then, there was only one explanation. Those soldiers didn't resist, but followed the order and voluntarily turned into resentment. Now, this stroke of Li Yunxin's immediately became the eye of the formation. The spiritual power around Wei City and the resentment formed by the millions of Yin soldiers surged crazily, and even the pouring rain was temporarily pushed back into the sky. The resentment formed by the souls of millions of Yin soldiers was so powerful that it was more than 10,000 times, 100,000 times, or even 1,000,000 times more powerful than the faith of millions. The land around Wei City carried such a powerful and terrifying aura, so much so that even Kuan Wuzi's expression changed. When Li Yunxin drew that stroke, he immediately felt that something was wrong. Then, he felt the violent auras surging around Wei City and immediately shouted angrily, "Are you crazy? Once this resentment spreads out, you will destroy half of—" He wanted to say half of the city of Wei. But when the words came to his mouth, he realized that half of the city of Wei couldn't be defeated. In the worst case, half of the Qin kingdom would be destroyed, and half of the land would become a land of resentment. How many people would die? It could make the Celestial angry. But he didn't say the second half, because that violent and terrifying resentment only appeared for a short moment. Then, it suddenly disappeared without a trace. The sudden change caused the perfected person who had mastered mystical realm to be stunned in the air. He looked as if he was truly stunned. That kind of power, where did it go? The next moment, he unconsciously looked at Yun Zi's soul beside him. It had disappeared. Then he turned to look at Li Yunxin's folding fan. Originally, on the white paper fan, there were mountains and rivers drawn with different shades of ink. But now, the mountains and rivers had become full of color. The painting was so realistic, it was as if the mountains and rivers around the city of Wei had become smaller and shrunk, and were stuck to the surface of the fan. Looking at it, it was a panoramic view of mountains and rivers with bright colors. If one used his eyesight to look again, he would find that there were more details between the mountains and rivers. He could see the rocks on the mountains and the moss on the rocks. If his eyesight was strong enough, he could even see the extremely small dust on the moss. And one person was also on the painting. That was Yun Zi. Kuan Wuzi was stunned for a long time before he raised his hand and pointed at Li Yunxin. You are the remnant of the painting saint." Li Yunxin looked at him calmly and closed his folding fan with a swoosh. "You see, now you can't complain. Just now those—" Kuan Wuzi murmured to himself in disbelief. "You should know this," Li Yunxin smiled. "When you write talismans, the density of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is enough. But when the talismans are written into a formation, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth can't soak the talismans in spiritual energy, so it needs to be supplemented. For example, Yun Zi killed 30,000 people to form his dark spirit formation. But the formation is too small. He thought that I drew a person in the city of Wei and the surroundings of the city of Wei. And that is my big formation. I don't like to be so petty. That person is only a part of my real formation. My big formation is half of the city of Wei." Yun Zi used his own spiritual energy to guide the resentment of the 30,000 people to corrode my small formation, and he was very proud of himself. He thought that all my arrangements were used by him. But that idiot didn't know that I prearranged the meridians and acupoints in the human-shaped small formation, and he used his own spiritual energy to guide the resentment to flow through those meridians and acupoints. Isn't that person actually him? Ha ha! Li Yunxin held back his laughter, as if he was very amused. Once this idiot's formation was completed, he had actually drawn himself into my 1,000 miles of river and mountains painting. Just now, he foolishly asked me why his Dharma Tao didn't work, and why his body wasn't as strong as before. Ha ha! Half of his spiritual energy was drawn by himself, and half of his body was in my painting. How could it work? But what is drawn by the realm of the outer fringe is, after all, an illusion. What is drawn by the realm of the outer fringe is real, but it can be easily destroyed. The realm of the true. I am now in the realm of the true. I can use my spirit to draw a real thing that seems to be made by heaven and earth, but only when I reach the realm of the mysterious can I draw with the world. I don't have this level, but the resentment of millions of ghost soldiers in an instant near the city of Wei is enough for me to use the means of the realm of the mysterious. Although it is only once, it is enough for me to draw his soul alive into this painting. This is the means that we, the remnants of the arch saint, can use in the realm of the mysterious, drawing with the world. Do you think my plan is brilliant? Kuan Wuzi listened to him in a daze and suddenly raised his eyebrows. For the first time, his face showed real anger. Since you are the remnants of the arch saint, why do I need to kill you? Today this seat will, but my father is Li Chunfeng. Li Yunxin laughed. You dare to touch me? Kuan Wuzi was stunned again and didn't speak. Note 1. The cultivators above the realm of truth are called immortal, and are all called Jinren. The cultivators of the realm of truth, the realm of mystery, and the cultivators of the realm of supreme oblivion are all called Jinren. This is a form of respect. Chapter 192. However, it wasn't because the name Li Chunfeng resounded like thunder in his ears. Rather, he seemed to have a faint impression of this person. However, he couldn't remember where he had heard of this person before. If he really didn't know anything about him, he would think that the other party was bluffing. If he had a thorough understanding of him, he would probably have a good way to deal with him. But looking at the current situation, he was stunned. In fact, for a profound realm cultivator who had lived for more than 500 years, having a slight impression of a person in his mind was already an incredible thing. 500 years. How many people must he have met? A cultivator's mind was clear, and their memory was definitely good. And it was precisely because of this that this matter became quite strange. A situation that only people in the secular world would actually have appeared. I can't remember where I heard this name before. Li Yunxin heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. I've caught him, at least for now. The plan didn't include the appearance of a profound realm cultivator, but the other party still came. Fortunately, he came at the end of the battle, and not when the dust had settled. Therefore, I borrowed the remaining power of the 1 million soldiers and the 2 months of planning to form a dangerous and subtle balance with him. All of this was because of the uneasy gaze of Yun Zi's ghost when he heard Li Yunxin mention Lu Ling to Kuan Wuzi. That one look said too many things. It was like an extremely hard and smooth stone slab that had an extremely small crack. Right now, Li Yunxin wanted to pry open this crack, shatter the stone slab, and break out of this dangerous situation. Kuan Wuzi was stunned and fell silent. After frowning and thinking for a while, he temporarily gave up on killing Li Yunxin and asked in a deep voice, Who is Li Chunfeng? Li Yunxin sneered proudly. He seemed to have no fear at all, as if he wasn't the least bit worried that this profound realm cultivator in front of him could pose a threat to him. He even took 2 steps on the profound light treasure mirror, challenging the patience of the Langya Paradise's sect leader, and then said arrogantly, You actually don't know? TSK, how embarrassing. But don't you know that Ling Kongzi and Yun Zi both know about it? Without waiting for Kuan Wuzi to speak, he continued, However, I guess you won't want to know, nor would he try to kill me, because if you kill me, you'll have a hard time explaining yourself to the 2 saints. Speak clearly, Kuan Wuzi said solemnly. You only have 1 chance. If I think you are bluffing, I will kill you at once. As for what kind of trouble there will be in the future, there is nothing in this world that I, the son of Kuan Wu, cannot handle. All right, since you asked me to speak so strongly, I will. But you can interrupt me at any time, as long as you think it's necessary. Li Yunxin heaved a sigh of relief. My father is Li Chunfeng, and my mother is Shang Wanyu. My name is Li Yunxin. If I were still human, I would be 15 years old this year. Today, June 17th, is my birthday. Hearing this, Kuan Wuzi's expression was calm. However, Li Yunxin kept staring at the other party's expression, As a profound realm Taoist who had never gone through this kind of training, the minute expressions on his face couldn't escape his eyes. At this moment, Li Yunxin told himself that if he were to use his incarnation to talk to others in the future, he had to make sure that his appearance was indistinct, just like what Ling Kongzi had done in the past. Kuan Wuzi's eyes slightly widened, the corners of his mouth relaxed, and his jaw lowered. The profound realm Taoist had already done well. In this world, no one would be able to see through the emotions in his heart at this moment. However, only Li Yunxin knew of some instincts, which were effective even in the bodies of these high-level Taoists. After all, they hadn't separated themselves from their corporeal bodies. In essence, they were still human. The subtle expressions of the profound realm Taoist, which couldn't be controlled by his consciousness, conveyed a message to Li Yunxin. He was surprised, and the degree of surprise was very strong. Originally, Li Yunxin thought that the other party was surprised by the fact that he was only 15 years old. However, he soon discovered another detail. When he heard the name Shangguan Yu, Kuan Wuzi's eyebrows twitched and his nostrils widened. The scale of these subtle expressions was only a few millimeters. Perhaps even the changes caused by a strong gust of wind blowing on the face were more obvious than this. However, the powerful observation skills of a Taoist combined with Li Yunxin's unique knowledge that didn't exist in this world allowed him to see through the emotions of the profound realm Taoist. First, he was surprised. Then, when he heard the name Shangguan Yu, he was surprised and at the same time revealed a slight fear. Kuan Wuzi was surprised because of his mother, Shangguan Yu. The fear was also because of her. Li Yunxin was slightly startled. As he slowly said the next sentence, he quickly recalled all the details of his mother in his mind, hoping to obtain a stronger and more powerful weapon. It seems like you don't know about this. Then I guess the first time you heard the name Li Yunxin was because of Ling Kongzi's information. I appeared in the city of Wei, and I was a powerful painter. And then you thought I was dead. Li Yunxin looked at him. Then something strange happened. A transcendent realm Taoist of your Langya Cave sect knew about my identity, and a true realm Taoist also knew about it, but you, the sect master, didn't know about it. Then, what if I tell you now that they knew about it for another purpose? Do you want to know? Kuan Wuzi was silent for a while. However, Li Yunxin knew that his heart wasn't as calm as he looked. The profound realm Taoist silence lasted for 3 breaths. So Li Yunxin knew his attitude. He said softly, Ling Kongzi knew about me because you also know, before she went down the mountain, she went to see the 2 sages. Enough. At this point, Kuan Wuzi frowned and interrupted him harshly, as if listening to one more word would make him feel uncomfortable. It's not over. Li Yunxin sneered. After hearing this, you must think that this is a matter between the 2 sages and you don't want to get involved. Then you should also know that since Ling Kongzi knew about it, but you, the sect master of the Langya Cave sect, didn't know about it, it must be a secret, and the 2 sages don't want unrelated people to know about it. So, if you kill me, this matter will become a big deal, and the whole world will know about it. Your 2 superiors will be very unhappy. Kuan Wuzi took a deep breath, and then exhaled, as if he was going to leave. Fine. I'll listen to what you said today, and I'll investigate it later. Don't worry, my friend. Li Yunxin smiled and looked at Kuan Wuzi. Do you think I said so much just to change the result of you not killing me? The profound realm Taoist frowned again. What else do you want? Sparing your life is already. The 2 low-level cultivators of the Ling Su Sword sect also know about this matter. Your Daodong people are really rotten thieves. Li Yunxin stopped smiling. If it was someone like Lu Lao Dao who understood him as well as he did, at this moment, they would realize that he was going to make a request to a cultivator who had reached the peak of the profound realm. After he said this, Kuan Wuzi stopped again. The cultivator was filled with resentment, but he couldn't release it. He was being led by the nose by a mere true realm demon. But there was nothing he could do. Li Yunxin didn't care about the profound realm Taoist resentment. With a cold expression, he continued, Two low-level disciples of the Kinzo sect also know about this matter, and Yunzi, who is merely at the true realm, also knows about this matter. And they didn't know about this matter because the two sages didn't want them to. It was another mysterious person who told them. That mysterious person and the organization behind him also have the same goal as the two sages. I try to understand these matters, but Yunzi refused to say. Therefore, the matter with Ling Kongzi involves the two sages, so you shouldn't know about it. But the matter with Yunzi involves an organization that doesn't seem to be friendly toward Dao Tong. Don't you want to know about it? Kuan Wuzi was silent for a while and thought for a while. It seemed he had enough of the current situation. He snorted coldly. I'm not interested. Li Yunxin smiled slightly. It's your business if you're not interested. But I want you to do something else. Deal with the people in Daodong who know about this matter. Make them shut up and stop causing trouble for me. If you want to find out what the mysterious organization's goal is and where they came from, then help me with this. I'm also investigating this matter, and I'm in a good mood. Perhaps I can share the results with you. Don't be in such a hurry to sneer. You're a profound realm cultivator, and I know that you're much more brilliant than Ling Kongzi and Yunzi. But since I'm able to chat with you and keep my life, you should know that I'm a worthy opponent. Kuan Wuzi was silent for a while and sighed. Are you really 15 years old? Yes, I am. How could you be so scheming? Li Yunxin smiled modestly. There are always geniuses in this world. Kuan Wuzi didn't seem to know how to respond to his words. He stared at him with a strange expression for a while, and then said in a deep voice, Tongzi didn't die in vain. You do have some skills. I'm also a person who appreciates talents. If you hand over Tongzi's soul to me, perhaps we can really talk about this matter of cooperation. That's impossible. Let's not talk about the fact that I can't create another profound realm-level formation. Let's talk about his soul itself. I'll be straightforward. Li Yunxin pointed at his folding fan. This is my temporary imperial residence. The reason I came up with a series of schemes before was to make Yunzi play tricks on me. There aren't many smart people who are good. I knew that he would definitely take the bait. Then, I can get some information that I can use against him. When this guy was alive, he was right about one thing. The general situation in this world is roughly divided into two camps. The human Dao formed by Daotong and Kinzo, and the loose dragon dynasty formed by the demons. In the beginning, you guys were the ones who made things difficult for me. So, I stopped being a human and became a demon. Right now, I'm in control of Wei River and Wei City, sandwiched between the two camps. Therefore, I need a proof of allegiance so that the demons can protect me. He waved his hand and opened his folding fan. This is my proof of allegiance. Yunzi is a high-level cultivator, and he's doing quite well in Daotong. He knows a lot of secrets. The demons might be interested in them. Most importantly, he knows a lot of cultivation techniques. To the demons, they might not be the most important things, but there might be some who want to recultivate. Moreover, he said a lot of things before, something like Daotong wants to declare war against the Dragon Dynasty. You know, the demons are like a plate of loose sand. However, once they face a huge crisis as a whole, it might be a different matter. At that time, they will be willing to accept me. After all, humans understand humans the best. Kuan Wuzi should have been furious, but at this moment he wasn't. Perhaps his anger would be because of a mere youth talking nonsense, or something like that. However, at this moment, Kuan Wuzi already saw Li Yunxin as a real opponent. When fighting against an opponent of equal strength, one must get rid of all arrogance, conceit, and contempt. Otherwise, he would learn from Yunzi's mistake. A single person's words cannot be trusted. Kuan Wuzi tried to point out the loophole in his words, with a serious and rational attitude. We can say that this is your scheme to make him form a wrong perception. In Daodong, what he said is the truth. But in your place, what he said, we can disregard it as the truth. What you said makes sense. Li Yunxin nodded without hesitation. Therefore, Kuan Wuzi tried to say something else to make him give in. However, Li Yunxin continued, but what about 25 people? I don't know much about Daodong's history, but it had been a long time since 36 low-level cultivators died, even if they were low-level cultivators. But now I have 25 here. He finished his words. With a wave of the folding fan, he pulled out a ghost from the mountain. Although Kuan Wuzi couldn't recognize the name of the ghost, he could clearly see that it was indeed a cultivator. Once the ghost appeared, he immediately shouted angrily, "Why did Master lie to me? Why did Master kill me?" Li Yunxin immediately asked him, "Who is your master?" However, the ghost, who was supported by his stubbornness, couldn't remember who his master was. Li Yunxin said, "But his Taoist name is Yunzi." The ghost instantly winked, as if he was so angry that he wanted to dig his eyeballs out. Yes, yes. Why did Yunzi plot to harm me? Why did he harm me?" Li Yunxin smiled slightly. A green light flashed in his palm, and he pulled it back into the fan. Then, he pulled out a few more ghosts under Kuan Wuzi's eyes. They were the souls of the cultivators that Yunzi wanted him to kill in the city of Wei. After showing 6 of them, he looked at Kuan Wuzi and said, "That friend of yours lied to me to kill them just for his array. However, I have a way to preserve their souls. Before I killed them, I told them who had ordered me to do it. Today, when I was fighting with Yunzi, these ghosts saw it from start to finish. If there are so many people, will Dao Dong go back on his word?" Kuan Wuzi let out a long breath. "You are really... How can you have such means at such a young age?" Li Yunxin smiled and nodded. "So, cooperate with me as soon as possible. Don't let yourself regret it later. That Lu Ling was arrogant, but he was destroyed by me. That Yunzi was arrogant, but he was killed by me. Don't follow in their footsteps. It's not a good thing to be so high profile." Kuan Wuzi sighed. "Let me think about it." Li Yunxin's expression suddenly changed. He waved his sleeves, and the mysterious light treasure mirror under him instantly flew into the clouds, leaving Kuan Wuzi on the spot. "Then think carefully about how I got those millions of ghosts." His shout came from the thick clouds. "You don't know what's good for you." Chapter 193. Millions of Ghosts. A person sighed. His voice was shrill, and his tone sounded helpless and slightly mocking. "Now that we have spent so much effort on him, it will be hard to replace him." It was still raining, and the streets were still filled with people. They all looked up at the clouds in the sky. But at this time, there was no sign of Li Yunxin and Yunzi fighting. Dark clouds were dark clouds. There was nothing special about them. But the Dragon King was still in the cloud, and so was a Xian realm cultivator, but no one knew about it. And at the end of the old city street in the city of Wei, on the roof of the calligraphy and brush shop that originally belonged to Wang Sheng, the son-in-law of the Yu clan, stood 2 people, one black and one white, both with their tongues out. It was black by Yanjun. When Li Yunxin first met the 2 lords, the white Hell Lord's hat had the words, "Where did the man-eating demon come from?" written on it, while the black Hell Lord's hat had the words, "Where are you going after reincarnation?" written on it. But now, Bai Yanjun's hat had the words, "Empty," and the black Yama Lord's hat had the words, "Empty." Bai Yanjun looked at the crowd in the heavy rain, while the black Yama Lord looked at the sky and the abandoned palace beside them. He did not speak. Bai Yanjun then said, "TSK, if you didn't promise Emperor Yi back then, such a thing wouldn't have happened today. Millions of ghosts, millions of ghosts. Hand them all to that kid. Let him set up a formation, and they will all be gone." The black Yama Lord still did not speak. After looking at the eerie abandoned palace for a while, he said, "You were the one who received the benefits back then. That kid is here." After saying that, without bending his knees, he jumped down from the roof and disappeared in mid-air. Hearing this, Bai Yanjun turned and saw Li Yunxin's figure vanishing. He was standing under the roof in the rain and looking up at him. When the black Yama Lord disappeared, he smiled and greeted, "Are you here to check the results?" Bai Yanjun looked at the thick clouds above his head in astonishment. "You're not dealing with Kuan Wuzi anymore. Thank you so much for your help. Now he's been fooled by me, and he's angry, and he wants to go, but he doesn't want to go. He's in a fierce mental struggle." Li Yunxin smiled and bowed to Bai Yanjun. If he comes to talk to me later, I'll still have to borrow his power. She knew that Li Yunxin would only be so polite and courteous when he was asking for someone's help. It was very likely that he would turn his back on them. But Bai Yanjun still seemed to enjoy his compliments. He stroked his long tongue and laughed sinisterly. Hee. If I were you, I would quickly send him away. Why do I have to drag him and not allow him to leave? He's a profound realm Taoist master. Once he gets the wrong idea, he'll be able to send you away in the blink of an eye. This is a rare opportunity. Li Yunxin floated up to the roof and followed by Yanjun's gaze to look at the people on the street in the heavy rain. Those people raised their heads to look at the clouds, but they didn't know that the person they were looking at was right beside them, looking at them. Think about it. Yunzi is a rare figure in the city of Wei, not to mention a profound realm Taoist master, and a profound realm at that. Now that he's here and can talk to me for so long, I have to take this opportunity to open up the conversation. If I can, I'll make good use of it. Right now, I've killed both demons and cultivators, offending people on both sides. Kuan Wuzi thinks that I'm not an ordinary person, so he shows a little respect and curiosity to me, but it's not enough. I have to make him stand on my side, at least make people think that he's on my side. This is indeed a risk, but if I don't take the risk now, it'll be more dangerous in the future. It's a mess, and I have to sort it out. The White Hell Lord chuckled. I like this kind of enthusiasm, and if one day I see you fail to harm others and get harmed instead, that'll be more interesting. Li Yunxin also laughed with him. After laughing, he said, I want to know about Emperor Yi. Bai Yanjun's face instantly showed a strange expression. Why are you curious about this? In case your investment goes down the drain. Li Yunxin still had a smile on his face, but his tone was serious. I don't know what 1,000,000 souls mean to you, but you guys work hard to capture souls every day and even arrange for judges and ghost messengers. It's a tough job. Then I guess you'll feel heartache when you lose 1,000,000 souls. So I want to know what's the relationship between Emperor Yi and you, for you to spend so much money on him. Bai Yanjun didn't speak. Li Yunxin sat on the roof. Moss grew in the cracks of the roof tiles. After being soaked by the rain, it looked even greener and glossier. The heavy rain poured on the roof and flowed down the tiles, almost forming a small waterfall at the eaves. A few people were temporarily sheltering from the rain under the eaves, but they couldn't hear their conversation. But he didn't sit because he was tired. It was just a gesture to calm himself down after a high degree of tension. He sat down and pointed at the people under the eaves. Look at them. Cultivators don't care about them, and you don't care about them either. But these individuals that you don't care about have gathered into a whole. That's the key to my victory today. So, my friend, I need to know some details. Some details you don't think are important, but they're very important to me. I don't know some things. Maybe it will become a fatal flaw in the next plan. I'm afraid your investment will go down the drain because of this. You'll be happy if I get tricked and suffer losses. But if I get tricked and die, you won't be happy. You've helped me so many times, and I'm grateful. But I know I didn't conquer you with my looks alone. You must hope that I have other uses in the future. So I think since I've invested so much today, you should explain some things to me clearly. It's better to make it clear in advance so that we can talk about it. It's better than breaking up later. Bai Yanjun listened to his words and was stunned for a while. Then he suddenly laughed. He laughed and pointed at the cloud above his head. You little brat, you're using the method you used on him on me. This is what you meant by at least make people think that you're on my side, huh? Li Yunxin sighed. Stop it. I'm serious. He'll come and talk to me in a while. If I don't need your help, then I'll have to use my trump card. Bai Yanjun's eyes widened because of that stop it. But he really didn't know how to answer him. So he couldn't just brush his sleeves and leave. He was stunned for a moment and pretended that he hadn't heard this sentence. After thinking for a while, he sneered. You're thinking too much. Do you really think that I released 1,000,000 ghosts because of you? Li Yunxin was unhurried. His expression was as usual. I like to hear the details. Speaking of this, Bai Yanjun let out a long sigh. Tell me what you know first. Then I'll tell you some things. But there are some things that you don't want to know now. Okay. Li Yunxin didn't hesitate. After thinking for a while, he said, "That night when I saw you, you told me the method to take over Dragon Sun's body. During that time, I noticed something unusual. That is, you seem to value that big ghost very much." It was the night after the Baohua Pavilion and Baohua gathering. That big ghost ate the great painter from the capital and wore his skin to the gathering. But during the gathering, Li Yunxin and Ling Kongzi saw through it, and Li Yunxin kept it in his sleeve. At that time, the big ghost was just an spirit with some cultivation. Like all the ghost cultivators who escaped the net, it had a strong obsession. Although this obsession would weaken as the realm of cultivation increased, and the great ghost would become more rational, the great ghost would only have the cultivation of an emptiness realm expert. It could only harm ordinary people like young Master Qin, who only knew how to use talismans, but didn't know how to use talismans properly. Eating the great painter and wearing his skin to Baohua gathering, Li Yunxin couldn't believe it was a coincidence. Thus, he put it away with the intention of properly interrogating it to find out if it was Ling Kongzi's scheme. But in the end, he had to believe it was really a coincidence. That big ghost was the last emperor of the Yi dynasty, Great Yi Zhao Emperor Lu Xingyang, who guarded the small court in the city of Wei for more than 60 years. Bai Yanjun said it didn't harm people, but it ate people the night before. Li Yunxin interrogated it for a long time before he realized there was a secret. According to the big ghost, it received a promise from the Yama King in his dream because of something that happened when it was alive. He promised that the small court in the city of Wei would be prosperous until he died 100 years later. Unfortunately, when the Qing army attacked, massacred the city, and killed him in the Golden Palace, the Yama King didn't show up. He broke his promise. After Emperor Yi died, the Yama King came personally to take his soul. Although the small court in the city of Wei was a small court, there were still 600,000 people in the city. At that time, the Yi dynasty had only been dead for 60 years. In many poor and remote places, people still thought it was Ye's world. Furthermore, a large number of the old and young were loyal to the Yi dynasty in the city of Wei. They were only waiting for the day when the emperor's army was restored. Then, the world would still be ruled by the Lu family. After Emperor Yi died, millions of people's wishes were added to his body. Although he couldn't become a great demon like Emperor Li, who was only one step away from entering the realm of forgetfulness, it was more than enough to become a true demon. When Bai Yanjun came to take his soul, the ghost of Emperor Yi asked him why he, the Yama King, broke his promise. However, the big ghost didn't remember why he had received the Yama King's promise. He remembered that after he questioned the Yama King, Bai Yanjun was also ashamed and said, "It's just fate." He said that since the Yama King didn't finish his life, he would make up for it with his own life. Emperor Ye's ghost was filled with hatred for the destruction of his country and hatred for the Yama King for not keeping his promise. He thought that he was the emperor when he was alive and had a higher chance of taking back his country. Now that he was dead, even the people in the city were killed because of him. How could he be dismissed with some mean life? The Yama King thought about it and changed his conditions. He said that he would allow him to be the emperor of the underworld in the city of Wei. The area within 100 li of the city of Wei would be his ghost country. As for the souls that died in the city of Wei, they were all counted as his people, and he would not allow them to reincarnate. He could be the emperor of this ghost country for as long as he wanted. Emperor Yi was happy when he heard this. How was he different from the emperor of heaven? It was just that he had fewer magical powers and a smaller territory. Thus, he agreed. Who would have thought that after he agreed, half of what was originally a complete soul was immediately hooked away by Bai Yanjun. The remaining half became the big ghost that Li Yunxin had seen. It should have become a real ghost emperor, but it only became an empty realm, muddle-headed ghost cultivator. This ghost cultivator had some limited memories from when he was alive, so he unconsciously hated everything related to the Qing emperor. Before the great painter from the capital left, the Qing emperor had bestowed the golden seal. The big ghost had followed the Qing Emperor's aura on the golden seal to find him. Without any explanation, it had killed him. However, the big ghost was hiding from its dragon son. Coincidentally, it learned that there was a Daotong master at the Baohua gathering, so it put on its skin and went. It thought that dragon son was also a demon. If he hid there, he wouldn't dare to come and capture it. The violent storm that night at the Baohua gathering had been because Dragon Sun had searched all over the city for it. That night, Bai Yanjun said to Li Yunxin that the big ghost did not harm people. This was the truth. This muddle-headed ghost only remembered that he was still the master of the city of Wei and that the people in the city of Wei were all his people. He also brooded over the massacre in the city and blamed himself. Why would he eat his people? He would only harm the birds and beasts. Over a month after his death, the Taoist priests of the Orthodoxy came and used Tao techniques to seal and suppress the deplorable palace. This ghost emperor could not even return to his home. The remaining memory and reason soon disappeared. Finally, it became a ball of resentful aura with some reason. Hundreds of years passed in the blink of an eye. If ordinary people asked it about these things, the big ghost wouldn't remember. But Li Yunxin had other ways. He tried hypnosis. He had done this many times in the past. The so-called completely forgotten things were actually hidden in the depths of consciousness. As long as it could be awakened, it didn't matter if it couldn't be remembered. Li Yunxin tried this ghost as a ball of chaotic memory. The result was unexpectedly good. It was that night that he promised to do the first thing for the poor ghost emperor. He broke the seal of Daotong that suppressed the abandoned palace for hundreds of years. A few days later, on the night when he rebuilt the Dharmakaya of Qi Wan, he used the yang energy of 300,000 people in the city of Wei to break the hundreds of years-old prohibition seal. Because of him, the ghost emperor regained some consciousness and was able to return to the abandoned palace. He became his most reliable ally. He first took in the soul of the old beggar, then summoned the ghosts of the soldiers who were suppressed in the abandoned palace, and promised to return a favor. So after that, the ghost emperor and even his subordinate Diwu Boyu became Li Yunxin's information source and intelligence center. As for the ghost emperor, he had indeed returned the favor on this day. After saying this, Li Yunxin stopped to take a breath and looked at Bai Yanjun. But I'm curious, why did you make a promise to the ghost emperor? After that, you clearly broke your promise once. Why did you harm him again? The White Hell Lord heaved a long sigh and stopped smiling. He turned around and said, "The adopted daughter of Golden Rock by Yunxin stopped people outside the Wilderness Mountain. It wasn't because of you, right?" "No," Li Yunxin answered him. "It was because of the Ghost Emperor." "Do you know why?" He refused to say. It's not that he didn't want to say, but he couldn't remember. I really can't remember." The White Hell Lord let out a shrill laugh. However, it sounded like self-deprecation or helplessness. "The first time I granted him the prosperity of the nation, it was because of the adopted daughter of the Golden Rock. But the details, well, it's better if you don't know. Then the city of Wei was massacred, and the Emperor Yi was killed. In fact, it wasn't because I broke my promise, but it was really the right time. It's better if you don't know the details." Li Yunxin rolled her eyes. "Then why don't you tell me something that I can know?" "Alas, what I can let you know is that the second time I didn't break my promise." Bai Yanjun squinted his eyes and smiled. "I said I wouldn't hook his soul and let him reincarnate. I said I would give him 100 miles of the city of Wei, and all the souls in the city wouldn't reincarnate. Which one didn't I do? I just said to hook half of his soul, so that he would forget some things and not become a great demon of the realm. And the souls of those who died didn't reincarnate. I just hooked them to the nether world." Bai Yanjun sighed again, "But you did him a favor." "He remembered your favor. He remembers your favor, and then asks me for his people. These millions of ghosts are the souls of those who died in the city of Wei in the past 400 years. I gave them all to him. It's not a breach of trust." "So," Bai Yanjun sighed with a sad face and looked at Li Yunxin mischievously, "these millions of souls were given to the Emperor of Ghosts because of the promise, not because of you. If you really have a trump card in your hand, I suggest you use it as soon as possible." Look, the Taoist is coming. Right next to Li Yunxin, the raindrops quickly formed a human silhouette. Chapter 194. The person who came was Kun Wuzi, an hour after they parted. The moment the profound realm Taoist clone appeared, he immediately said, "Tell me about Tong Fu and Lu Ling." He said this hurriedly, as if he was afraid that he would go back on his words and couldn't take it back. Li Yunxin smiled. The Taoist couldn't resist the temptation. The first time he refused to listen was because it was related to the two sages. It would be strange if he wasn't afraid of two old monsters who had lived for 3,000 years. Once he heard that it was the two sages' private matter, he refused without thinking. But because it was the two sages' private matter, who wouldn't want to know? A Taoist at the advanced mystical realm must have gone through many tribulations, but Li Yunxin felt that curiosity was definitely something. Curiosity was just a narrow form of survival desire. As long as he was alive and had reason, he would definitely be curious. Thus, the profound realm Taoist didn't ask about the two sages, but asked about Yunzi and Ling Kongzi. He lied to himself, and Li Yunxin was willing to help him. Otherwise, how could he use him to do things for him? A profound realm Taoist. What a rare opportunity and resources. He exhaled lightly, still sitting on the roof, and said, "Cultivators talk about fate. I told you so many things before because I killed you Yunzi, and I don't want to get into a conflict with you again. When I was in the sky, it wasn't finished. Now that I'm on the ground, it's already finished. Now that you came to me and asked me about it, if you really want to know, I can't just give you my information for free." Kun Wuzi looked at him. "I'm a mystical realm cultivator. Don't act like that, friend." Li Yunxin didn't mind his words at all. "You're in the advanced mystical realm, and I just entered the true realm. But what was the result? In the sky, you should have killed me, but you didn't. Now, you're on the ground asking me. Everything is your own choice. If you're still fixated on realms and abilities, thinking that they could decide everything, and if you insist on looking at me like I'm a child, then there's nothing left for us to talk about. Why don't you just kill me and take my treasures? Isn't that simpler and more direct?" But the problem was that in this world, force could not solve all problems. In fact, it can only solve very few problems. It had been a very, very long time since the sect leader of the Grotto Heaven had heard such words, to be taught a lesson. He was still a 15-year-old kid. However, after a moment of silence, Kun Wuzi wasn't angry. Instead, he smiled. "If you cultivate the Tao, you will be an even more outstanding person than Lu Ling." Unfortunately, he became a fiendish demon. "All right, you can answer my first question. Yunzi is looking for the jade slip of illumination." Li Yunxin answered him immediately, but the news seems to come from another source. This sentence was cryptic. However, it was enough for Kun Wuzi to understand that Ling Kongzi was also looking for the translucent jade slip. This also meant that the two saints were secretly searching for that thing. Translucent jade slip. Kun Wuzi didn't seem to be unfamiliar with this name. He repeated it in a low voice and raised his head. "That thing is in your hands. First, tell me, what kind of person is my mother, Shang Wanyu?" Li Yunxin didn't answer, but asked a question instead. The heavy rain was still pouring down, but this question caused Kun Wuzi to be slightly stunned once again. "You," the several hundred-year-old Lao Dao said hesitantly. Your parents actually didn't tell you?" "Never." "Sigh." Lao Dao sighed. "Ask me another question." The words he said and the way he spoke gave people an illusion, as if he wasn't a profound realm cultivator who might have killed Li Yunxin, but an old man who wasn't willing to talk about a certain topic. This attitude slightly surprised Li Yunxin, but it was also within his expectations. In the sky, when he mentioned his father, Li Chunfeng, there was only astonishment in Kun Wuzi's eyes. But when he mentioned his mother, Shang Wanyu, the astonishment was mixed with some fear. Something that could make a profound realm Taoist feel fear must be an important matter. He never thought that the other party would really answer him. It was just to make the other party refuse so that he could make another request. Thus, even if it was a little too much, the other party could accept it. Thus, Li Yunxin smiled and said, "Then accompany me to see an old guy." Kuan Wuzi looked at him in surprise. After a while, he shook his head and smiled. "I didn't kill you for now. It's already a big concession. You should know that in your hands are the lives of 25 low-level cultivators of Daotong, a transcendent realm cultivator and a true realm cultivator. Now, you want to borrow Ai's power? Do you want to go with you to see that emperor? This matter, those 25 people are Yunzi's fault. I won't take it, and I'm not going to see the ghost emperor." Li Yunxin said seriously, "You are also interested in the Jade Slip of Enlightenment, but it's not with me anymore. You also know that the Jade Slip of Enlightenment stayed in Daotong and Kenzo for a while, but none of you can open it." "You can?" Kuan Wuzi narrowed his eyes and looked at him. "I can," Li Yunxin said without hesitation. "That's something that even the two sages couldn't do. I find it hard to believe that you aren't bluffing. You also know that it's something that even the two sages couldn't do. Then the question is the person who created the Jade Slip of Enlightenment really so much more powerful than the two sages that they couldn't do anything? That's obviously impossible. The answer is that the two sages couldn't find the right solution, but I have one." Li Yunxin stood up. "Accompany me to see the Lord Dongting. I want a man and something from him. At the Lord Dongting's place." Kuan Wuzi's eyes lit up. Naturally, he didn't think that Li Yunxin would hand that thing over to him easily, but he didn't expect that he could find its whereabouts so easily. He thought that he would have to go through threats and bargaining. "There's nothing to hide. It's indeed at his place." Li Yunxin stood up and looked at Kuan Wuzi solemnly. "But first, from now on, I hope that you can really understand one thing," Li Yunxin said in a deep voice. "I know how to open the Jade Slip of Enlightenment. This is my trump card. Now that I'm telling you, you can make good use of it. I don't care about the twists and turns in Daotong, but from Yunzi's actions, from the perspective of human desires, and from your reaction today, it's definitely not an amicable one. You first refused to hear the secret of the two sages, and then regretted it. This means that a certain desire in your heart overpowered your respect for the two sages. So, if you didn't excitedly run to the two sages to ask for credit the moment you returned to the mountain, you can't deny that my trump card is of great significance to you." Kuan Wuzi smiled, but Li Yunxin didn't smile. He stood on the roof, facing Kuan Wuzi, and said, "You have to know that the current me isn't the me that was chased by people, and I'm not the me that hid in this city. I'm now the Wei River Dragon King, a great demon of the realm of truth. I own the city of Wei, and I have a friend from the Ghost Emperor. I'm still the dragon's son, and I know the secret that even the two sages want to know. This city of Wei and the Wei River will be my lair, and I also know Dao techniques. If that's the case, how do you see me?" The smile on Kuan Wuzi's face slowly disappeared. He pondered for a while and let out a sigh. "We can't be allies. Even I talking to you like this is already going against the world's will. I don't expect to be friends. I'm just saying, you have to be careful with me." Li Yunxin pointed to the northwest. "If we do this together, it will be a good start. Even if we have to fight and kill each other in the future, at least we can get what we need before we both lose." "Both lose." Kuan Wuzi smiled and shook his head. "But in the end," he said, "I will go with you this time." When the rain reached the Daunting Lake, it had weakened a lot. Misty rain Daunting. This reminded Li Yunxin of the first time he met Red Lady. There was no misty rain that night, but it was still misty. And the second time he talked in the wooden pavilion by the lake and listened to the chirping of cicadas under the bright sun. He stood in the wooden pavilion for a while, and then sighed in a low voice. The cultivator of the profound realm didn't know why he sighed, but he also looked at the Daunting and looked into the distance. "If Link can get it back, I can—" Li Yunxin looked at him strangely. "The person I want is not her. As for Lu Ling, you deal with it yourself. I've already told you that she is here. She wanted to kill me before, but I'm not that generous." He sighed again. "I want that old thing's daughter. Chapter 195. Kuan Wuzi is a little surprised. After a while, he asks, "What do you mean?" Literally. Li Yunxin remains silent for a while and looks up at the sky. Then he whispers to himself, "It's raining heavily. In this way, many houses in the city will collapse." After saying this, his eyes suddenly turn golden. Fine scales appear on his cheeks, and his black hair is mixed with white. Clouds and mist rise from his hair, like white hair fluttering and turning into mist. "Stop!" he shouts in a low voice. The rain by Daunting Lake immediately stops. It turns from light rain to drizzle, and then into scattered raindrops. The thick clouds in the sky roll away, shrink, and turn into wisps of white clouds. And the gray color that fades from the clouds seems to run into Li Yunxin's hair. The original black and white hair turns black again. The fine scales on his cheeks also fade, and the golden color in his eyes also fades. He becomes a handsome young man again. As the thick clouds disperse, the sun comes out. Unfortunately, it's not the sun anymore. He and Yunzi fought in the afternoon, and now it's almost dusk. The sky is dim, and the sun sets in the west of the distant mountain. There's a whole red cloud on the mountain. Li Yunxin sighs, "What a pity." Then he raises his head and takes a step forward, shouting in the direction of Mount June and Daunting Lake. "I am Li Yunxin, the Wei River Dragon King. Where's the Lord Daunting? Come out and meet me." His voice rolled out as if it had substance, dispersing the mist on the surface of the lake. Wind and ripples appear on the water surface, and the flowers and trees near the Dragon King Temple are shaken. People in Eager Town also hear the sound, but they dare not come out to have a look. Although this place is far from the city of Wei, the thunder and golden light of the fight between Li Yunxin and Yunzi can be seen. At this moment, hearing the muffled sound, even the most materialistic people should realize that someone with the omnipotent has made such a big scene. It was also very likely that he was the Dragon King they had been worshipping for more than a month. However, the sound startled birds, beasts, and humans. It even broke through the mist on the surface of the lake. But the Lord Daunting did not appear. Li Yunxin quietly waited for 3 breaths of time before shouting again. There was still no response. He turned to look at Kuan Wuzi. "I'm not giving you any face." The profound realm Taoist thought for a moment and asked Li Yunxin, "Is Linger really in this lake?" Her cultivation was destroyed by Yunxin, but her soul was left behind by a magic treasure. "I saw her in the lake before. She's in Muyun. Do you know what Muyun is?" Kuan Wuzi remained silent, but his expression gradually turned gloomy. It was obvious that he knew about the past. He stared at the deep lake and said in a low voice, "Then I'll have to offend you." This sound didn't seem to be directed at Li Yunxin. Although the voice was low, it was unexpectedly clear and loud. Then he took a step forward and reached out his hand. It was the first time for Li Yunxin to see the means of a profound realm cultivator. Kuan Wuzi's hand was white and thin, as if his knuckles were angular. First, he put his palm up and slanted forward as if he was inserting it under something. After another breath, he suddenly turned it over. Li Yunxin gasped because he saw the sky above Daunting Lake. The sky was originally close to dusk, but now the blue color is a little yellow. However, the moment Kuan Wuzi turned his palm over, the sky suddenly darkened, because the lake water ran to the sky. As if the sky and the earth had been turned upside down, a thin mirror-like water surface appeared in the sky, extending from here to very far away. Li Yunxin guessed that the size of the water should be the same as the Daunting Lake on the ground. Kuan Wuzi turned the water surface of the Daunting Lake to the sky. But things were not as simple as he thought. The next moment, the water in the sky began to pour. It was not a drizzle, nor was it a torrential downpour. Even the violent rain that Li Yunxin did at the Weishui River in the city of Wei couldn't be compared with this momentum. The water in the entire Daunting Lake, from the water surface above the sky, poured down. If this Daunting Lake was round, then there was one more pillar between the sky and the earth at this moment. If this Daunting Lake was square, Then there was one more square pillar between the sky and the earth at this moment. The water in the sky hit the surface of the lake with a roar, making a loud noise that shook the earth. First, the branches and leaves of the flowers and trees fell one after another, and then the temple of the Dragon King collapsed in a violent earthquake. When water met water, the energy burst out like an explosion. The waves of water in all directions were like a sputtering torrent of metal, and the torrent was extremely sharp. The wooden pavilion they were in was close to the lake. Only for a moment, the wooden pavilion was completely destroyed by the rushing water, turning into the tiniest pieces. Both of them were submerged in the water. Huan Wuzi was fine, but even Li Yunxin's strong body, there was a crisscross bloodstain on his chest. He had never seen such a strange scene. The water column stood between the sky and the earth as if it was frozen. But in fact, the water in the daunting lake was carried to the sky by some mysterious and powerful force, and then it fell back into the lake. But even so, the water level of the lake didn't rise, and it even dropped slightly. It was really the water in the lake. Li Yunxin had retreated dozens of steps, but the terrible sound still numbed his ears. The sound of a huge waterfall is like thunder, let alone the water of the entire Dongting pouring down from the very high sky. Such a loud sound and sound wave. He subconsciously looked behind him. The temple of the Dragon King had collapsed. Everything that was visible to the naked eye by the lakeside had disappeared. The earth was still shaking and trembling. The houses in Egret town couldn't withstand such a violent vibration. Maybe many people would die. Huan Wuzi was still standing beside him with his hands behind his back, looking at the water column in the sky calmly. In fact, even though they had already retreated dozens of steps, the huge and boundless water column was still like a high wall in their field of vision, as if it would collapse the next moment and engulf them in the terrifyingly deep water. And the two of them were like two ants. You will realize something when you reach the mysterious realm. Huan Wuzi was silent for a while, and then said in a deep voice, realize that those below the mysterious realm are nothing more than people in the secular world. And in the true realm, you can barely grasp some power. But it's not worth mentioning. He looked at Li Yunxin sideways. You said that I didn't respect you. At this moment, you should know what kind of respect I have shown you before. Li Yunxin stared at the terrible wonder in front of him for a while, and then said calmly, power doesn't mean everything. Huan Wuzi smiled. That's why you're a rare smart person. That's why I didn't kill you. Just because of what you said. Before Li Yunxin had time to answer him, a more terrible sound came from the sky. The water seemed to have flowed out. The water column between the sky and the earth was shrinking rapidly because the water surface above the sky disappeared. The last bit of water was poured down and quickly fell into the lake. And in the water, Li Yunxin saw an incomparably huge figure. He turned into his real body, which was as long as 300 meters. 300 meters. What kind of concept was that? Maybe the length was not very intuitive, but in terms of height, it was roughly equivalent to a 300-story skyscraper in his previous world. An adult man standing in front of the dragon body of 300 meters was like a grain of dust. However, the huge figure that appeared in the water of Dongting Lake at this moment couldn't even be described with the word huge. The water column that was shrinking rapidly was like a fish tank standing on a vast land, and the big fish was kept in the fish tank. But it was not so much kept in the fish tank, but it was more like a cage, because it was as big as half of the fish tank, and even one of its tentacles was as long as Li Yunxin's real body. The big fish was red all over, and even its belly was dark golden red. One scale on its body was as big as the entire Egret town, and the scales emitted a faint golden light in the water, as if they were mixed with gold powder. Its huge mouth could occupy the sight of two people, but the darkness in its mouth was bottomless. It was definitely not darkness that could be formed by shadows. It didn't look any different from Scarlet Carp, but such a big carp had already exceeded any common sense. Li Yunxin knew that this was the real body of Lord Dongting. But such a big fish that was poured out by Kunwuzi from the sky only appeared in front of them for a short moment. Almost as soon as Li Yunxin saw it clearly, the big fish disappeared. A dazzling red light appeared in the air and quickly turned into a human figure. It was the Taoist Li that Li Yunxin saw on Mount June. This Lord Dongting didn't say anything after he appeared. Only when the lake water returned to the lake with a roar did he appear by Dongting Lake with a flash of red light. Li Yunxin stared at his feet. He was about 3 meters away from the lake. The rumor was true. His nest was turned upside down, but he still didn't go more than 3 meters away from Dongting Lake. Kunwuzi was in the mysterious realm. It was said that Lord Dongting was also in the mysterious realm, but no one knew which stage of the mysterious realm he was in. Anyway, the mysterious realm Taoist's seemingly easy method had left a terrible and deep impression in Li Yunxin's heart. And Lord Dongting, a monster in the mysterious realm, who could trap it in this Dongting Lake for 2,000 years. At this moment, Lord Dongting was furious, and his whole body was glowing with red light. He raised his eyebrows, and his nostrils, which were not small, became bigger because of extreme anger. When he learned of Tan Wen's death, he exhaled steaming mist, but now even the mist became light red, like a cloud of fire. Kunwuzi, how dare you? Lord Dongting's voice was like the friction of charcoal, as if every word would make sparks spluttering in the air. I didn't want to talk to you, but you came to me. You are too much. The mysterious realm Taoist just smiled. Lord Dongting is also bold. He dared to embezzle our Daotong magic treasure and trap our Daotong cultivators. As far as I know, he also wants Muyan. Kunwuzi's voice became low. Lord Dongting, don't you know that there's a way to die? The two powerful figures in the mysterious realm confronted each other. Li Yunxin took 2 steps back and said nothing. Hearing Kunwuzi's threat, Lord Dongting was so angry that he laughed. Your Daotong cultivator Ling Kongzi killed Qi, one of my water nationality. Now you dare to come to me and ask for an explanation? Daotong is strong and can be unreasonable. But in front of me, I'm not afraid of you being unreasonable. This Dongting has a radius of thousands of miles. I have been managing it for 3,000 years. Do you think my mysterious realm monster body is like those little demons that you can bully and kill? Kunwuzi glanced at Li Yunxin and said. Li Yunxin didn't have time to stop him. Chiwen? Kunwuzi sneered, but she is still alive. But it's not your fault. Even I don't know how he took Chiwen's body. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't even think in that direction. Since this little friend can take Chiwen's body, he must be able to kill her too. In my opinion, my Daotong's Ling Kongzi and your water nationality's Qi when we're both tricked by him. Instead of venting your anger on me, why don't you vent it on him? For a moment, Li Yunxin really wanted to show his real body and escape back to the city of Wei. He didn't figure out Kunwuzi. At least, he didn't catch him completely. He didn't know that Kunwuzi's words to Lord Dongting, saying that he took Qi Wen's body and set up Ling Kongzi, were unintentional, and that Kunwuzi really wanted to hurt him. Maybe as a mysterious realm cultivator, he had been used to great power and was not good at tricks. As a result, the matter of seizing Qi Wen's body and plotting against Ling Kongzi was already an insignificant detail to him, something that he could casually mention. It was also possible that he really wanted to bring trouble to himself. Li Yunxin would tell him about it sooner or later, but not now. He wanted to use the momentum of killing Yunzi to make Kunwuzi talk with him temporarily. Then, he would use Kunwuzi's momentum to talk to Lord Dongting, to get back what he wanted and get back the person he wanted. With enough understanding, he could guide him according to the situation. Kunwuzi should know all this. But now, he didn't care about his situation and just casually said it as an interesting matter. Li Yunxin sneered in his heart. Before leaving the city, he told Kunwuzi some words on the roof of Wang Sheng's calligraphy shop. He hoped that Kunwuzi could face the power he had. But at that time, Kunwuzi only smiled faintly, and Li Yunxin wasn't sure if Kunwuzi really took it to heart. And just now, this mysterious realm Taoist showed his magical power and told Li Yunxin, Those below the mysterious realm are nothing more than mortals. And now, Li Yinxin completely understood. He didn't win mysterious realm Taoist's respect from the beginning. Maybe Kun Wuzi didn't make a move because of some things he knew, but it didn't mean that he regarded him as a well-matched opponent. He took a deep breath and sneered in his heart again. This feeling wasn't good. Furthermore, he would never be like a child who begged the adults bitterly, throwing a tantrum and throwing things to tell the adults, "I'm really not a child anymore." He would never say the same words to Kun Wuzi again. He would use something real to make this profound realm Taoist pay the price for underestimating him. He would also teach him a lesson, to let him know that he could have been his ally once, but his foolish and stubborn arrogance had ruined that opportunity. It might be tomorrow, or it might be 10 years later. But no matter what, he wasn't a generous person. You're tuning into the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.